Good morning, everybody. You may be seated. Thank you. Before we bring the jury in, does either side have anything we need to put in the record?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Brissett?
Traditionally, under Rogers versus State, the defense would put stuff on outside the presence of the jury and the state for trial strategy purposes. But given the events that have transpired over the last 2 days we've been in court, I think it's appropriate to make sure the record's very clear as to what was going on Thursday evening outside the Kim Curry Criminal Justice Center, if I may.
Yes.
So, without revealing sources and methods, when the Dean family was removed or escorted from the building, there were individuals not part of the Carr family at all. They've been most gracious to us and to the Dean family throughout this whole trial. There are hangers-on, though, that have taken it upon themselves to interject themselves in this case. And one of those is Mr. Mata. Mr. Mata and several other individuals, some dressed in full military fatigues, some dressed in full face coverings or baklava's to hide their identity, decided to speak in words that probably shouldn't be spoken in open court and caused the Dean family to be in fear to the level I say rises to Texas Penal Code 2207 of terroristic threat. Without revealing which law enforcement agencies were in plain clothes, law enforcement officials that are Texas peace officers were in close contact with the family and observed the 2207 violations. And at the time, they did not know who Mr. Mata was. As we came into Thursday evening, at the same time that's going on, simultaneously a series of death threats were being issued to the defense team as a whole via communication systems, which isn't the first time we've received death threats, but these were more specific and carried the same tone and nature that was going on the streets outside the Justice Center at the time. As we went on to the next day, Friday, when we were here last in court, initially the state was gracious enough to provide us an image of Mr. Mata from the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department system. Mr. Mata has a series of pending cases. He's also a convicted felon. He has assaulted cases in his past, and the undercover plainclothes officers were not able to do a positive identification based on the last mugshot that we had in the system. It wasn't until Mr. Mata made his appearance here in your actual courtroom that the plainclothes officers were able to positively identify Mr. Mata as being one of the same that did a bull rush toward one of their vehicles and was creating the overtones of the terroristic threat. This court's well aware during the history of this building, though we have metal detectors, other objects that can cause people serious bodily injury have been brought into this building surreptitiously. My law partner, Bob Yeoman, he was a prosecutor, was attacked with a knife made out of a glass shank during Capitol Board Ire at one point. Metal detectors only do certain things. Mr. Mata sat within the 21-foot rule of the Dean family in the courtroom. As the state's expert, Mr. Priest, talked about 21 feet, probably should be 35 at this point. He had on multiple layers of clothing. We could not identify if he had anything on him. The same people he was threatening to cause harm to the day before, he's now within arm's reach of in the courtroom. The defense's contention all along is this case should have been moved out of town for publicity and the security risks that were going to go on. The defense asked to have Mr. Mata sworn in and others sworn in at the time last week to make a bill of exception to our continued issue of the change of venue. We were going to do that with Mr. Mata at a break. That's why we asked to have him sworn in. Mr. Mata refused to take the oath, and everybody else got to see what happens when you choose not to take the oath at that point, and they're disrespectful to a court that's in session. So for those reasons, that's why we asked to have Mr. Mata sworn in without revealing all the sources and methods of the undercover peace officers that are assisting in this case. We felt that the terroristic threat event that took place on Thursday warranted him being sworn in to be put as part of a proffer for our bill of exception as to why the change in venue had not been granted.
the court had received information from security as to their concerns as to Mr. Mata. And additionally, the state had furnished to the court a list of his convictions, his pending cases. There are multiple convictions for assault. There are 4 pending cases for interference with public duties. And when I saw him come into the courtroom and sit within the immediate reach of the Dean family, it caused me some concern. But that is over. My goal is to do a fair trial and to make everybody feel safe in this courtroom. And
if I could add, Judge, without revealing our sources and methods, Mr. Mata is quoted in the hallway, "I shouldn't be here today. I know I'm going to be arrested." And that was on Friday, indicating, I guess, events previous, which I can only think would be the terroristic threat crime that he committed, not only in the presence of those plainclothes, uniformed sheriff's department, and Tarrant County Criminal District attorney employees that can witness and know what a violation of the law is when they see it.
well, as I said previously, my goal is to protect everyone. In fact, when all this was happening, I looked up and the state was over in the well of the jury box, away from their tables, and I felt what I needed to do at the time to protect everyone for courtroom security. Mr. Mata's bonds will be reinstated today, and so we can move on. Mr. Smith, does the state have anything you need to place in the record?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Are both sides ready for the jury?
State's ready.
Okay, let's go. Everyone may be seated. Good morning. Members of the jury, the defendant Aaron York Dean has been found guilty by you of the offense of manslaughter. Therefore, it now becomes your duty to determine the punishment to be assessed against the defendant. The punishment for the offense of manslaughter is by confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years. In addition, a fine not to exceed $10,000 may be imposed. You are instructed that in determining the defendant's punishment, you may take into consideration all of the facts shown by the evidence admitted before you in the full trial of this case and the law as submitted to you in this charge. In this case, the defendant has filed, before trial, his sworn motion in which he requests that if he is convicted, he be placed on community supervision. If you find that the defendant has not ever been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, and you assess the punishment of the defendant at confinement for a term of not more than 10 years, and you recommend that he be placed on community supervision, then let your verdict show the punishment which you assess, and further show that you recommend that his sentence be suspended and that he be placed on community supervision. If you recommend that the defendant be placed on community supervision, the judge shall determine the conditions of community supervision and may, at any time during the period of community supervision, alter or modify the conditions. The judge may impose any reasonable condition that is designed to protect or restore the community, protect or restore the victim, or punish, rehabilitate, or reform the defendant. You may not recommend that part of the period of confinement be served by incarceration and part by community supervision. Should the punishment assessed by you include a fine, a recommendation of community supervision should state whether or not the fine will be paid or be suspended and probated. Whether you do or do not recommend community supervision for the defendant is a matter that rests within the sound discretion of the jury. However, if you do recommend community supervision, the court is required by law to follow the jury's recommendations. Our law provides a defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a privilege accorded to the defendant, and in the event he does not testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this portion of the case, the defendant has not testified, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to this fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against the defendant. The length of time for which a defendant is imprisoned may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of less than 4 years, the defendant must serve at least 2 years before the defendant is eligible for parole. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Your verdict must be by a unanimous vote of all members of the jury. In deliberating on this case, you shall consider this charge as a whole, and you must not refer or discuss any matters not in evidence before you. If you need to communicate with me during your deliberations, the presiding juror should write the message, ring the jury call button on the wall, and give it to the bailiff. I will either reply in writing or bring you back into the court to answer your message. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony, but you're bound to receive the law from the court which is herein given and be governed thereby. And I've signed these instructions as judge. The last 2 pages of the instruction contain the respective verdict forms. The first verdict form says community supervision not recommended. We, the jury, having found the defendant Aaron York Dean guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of manslaughter, assess his punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for, and there is a blank, for the presiding jurors to fill in the number of years that the jury agrees to. In addition, we do or we do not, and the presiding juror will circle that phrase, assess a fine in the amount of blank. So if you assess a fine, circle we do assess a fine. If you don't assess a fine, circle that. We do not recommend community supervision, and there's a space for the presiding juror to sign on that form. The second verdict form is on the last page, and it recommends community supervision. So in that situation, the presiding juror will fill in the number of years that you assess, between 2 and 10. There, again, you can assess a fine or don't have to assess a fine. If you do assess a fine and you're recommending community supervision, there's a third blank for the presiding juror to certify whether you want the fine that you assess be paid or that it be suspended and placed on probation. Ms. Diener. I need the lights, Brian.
May it please the court.
Yes, ma'am.
Atatiana's family, they received their life sentence on October the 12th of 2019. They received their life sentence without her. They'll never get her back. As we approach the Christmas holiday and the end of this year, we think about those that we love. We grieve for those that we've lost. And for them, that sadness, the grief. There's multiple stages when you go through the loss of someone close to you. For those of us that have gone through that, we know what that's like. A few years can pass, and yet it feels like just yesterday that they were here. You heard Adarius testify. You heard Ashley testify. For Ashley, for Amber, for Adarius, for Zion, their whole lifetime will be without her. There's a part of grief that we all suffer when we get to a certain point. When we think about that person, there's a realization for us all. It's the finality of it. Right? In your heart, you miss them, you love them, and then you really realize they're never coming back. And that's the hardest part. And that's worth something. And in this case, it is worth something. Her life is worth so much more than a probation sentence. So much more. This family, her memory, her legacy, this community deserves more. In punishment, we brought you multiple witnesses, and those were witnesses we were not able to bring you in the guilt-innocence portion. You heard from Dr. Kyle Clayton, the forensic psychologist, and this is an expert that both sides call. He testifies and works for the defense, he testifies and works for the state. Whoever calls him, he does good work, and he testifies to whatever he finds. He was hired by the Fort Worth Police Department, as he's been with many other agencies, to do a pre-employment psychological evaluation. Narcissistic, grandiosity, has grandiose tendencies, domineering, over-controlling, forceful, dominant personality traits, uncritical of himself, denies flaws, minimizes behavior, little tolerance for disagreement, can be aggressive, has an unrealistic view of himself, someone that thinks that he can fly all of us in a commercial airline despite never having an hour of training. Someone that when you're asked to rank yourself, 9 out of 10. Not suitable for a position as a police officer. Psychologically speaking, he is not suitable because these tendencies that are well formed, ingrained, a thread throughout his entire personality, these are unchanged traits that put himself and others at risk. It is like a roadmap back in 2017 to how we ended up here and how we lost Atatiana back in October of 2019. These things don't change. And how do you know that even in the 3 years between the time that that was done and today? Because last week, the defendant testified. I think they did a pretty good job out there. You shot a woman in her own home. You disregarded every single standard operating procedural, general order, and just pure, reasonable human instinct. And a 28-year-old woman died, and you give yourself a fine job. You give yourself a B. This is not somebody that thinks he has done anything wrong. When the defense counsel gets up here, they're going to talk about the witnesses that they called. And those witnesses are not witnesses that you could hear from until now, till punishment. You heard from us, Dr. Clayton. You heard from us, Adarius Carr. You heard from us, Liz Turner. And why is Liz Turner important? Because we wanted to show you everything that we knew about him. And it's important to know, going all the way back to college, that's the way that he treats people. He's entitled, he's arrogant, he's aggressive. And that was 20 years ago, and she was talking to you from a place going right back there. She remembers that. She got emotional. It was hard for her. Because that's who he is.
You do 7 minutes, Ms. Steve.
Thank you. So when he gets up here, when the defense counsel gets up here and talks to you about why you should give him probation, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to get up here in a minute and they're going to ask you for a very low sentence or probation. They're going to ask you for mercy. Mercy's been shown already for this defendant when your verdict was returned for manslaughter. Mercy is earned. It is not just given. And I want you to listen to why they're asking you for a low sentence or probation. Because his family got up here and said he was a good guy? Every case that I prosecute, there's a family member that gets up there and says you're a good guy. It's part of the deal. But I think it's important to think about the witnesses that we didn't hear from. Just as much as the ones that we did, right? Family members. We heard from one field training officer, just one single Fort Worth officer that said, I knew him for about 3 or 4 weeks, didn't have very good personal skills, we kept up, I don't know anything about this case. But don't you know that if the Fort Worth Police Department and all those guys and girls that work for him, 18 months side by side with him, almost 2 years, don't you know if they had something good to say, they would have been in here? There would have been a line out the door. And don't you know that those 3 psychologists that gave him a passing score, if they had something good to say, if they disagreed with Kyle Clayton, don't you know they'd been in here saying that? They would. I guarantee you they would. But instead, we have a family, which they're good people. This is not their fault. This is not their fault. But valuing them or him over her is a tragedy. It is not right. It is not just. In this case, the only appropriate verdict is the maximum sentence. It's the only thing that's appropriate. And when the judge talked to you about the court's charge, I want y'all to think about, and y'all don't have copies with you, but you'll be able to go back and read this. When you go to this certain page, I want to ask you, do you feel comfortable with the fact that the judge gets to set the terms of probation? He gets to get off. If he wants to get off early, judge sets the terms. You heard from the probation officer talk about probation and how it is. It is no different than what all of us do every day. That is not enough. That's not even a slap on the wrist. You heard that this defendant has been out on bond for the last 3 years with his family, laughing, doing projects with them, something that they don't get to ever do. They don't get to ever do that. Doing probation values that over them, and that is not okay. The other thing that's talked about in the court's charge is a fine. I can always get questions about the fine. If you want to put an exclamation point on your verdict, then you put a fine. It doesn't go directly to the family. It goes to a fund. So you put a fine as an exclamation point. When you think about this case, you all leave here today. They go home without her. Zion never gets to have Aunt Tay again. It doesn't matter if it's a year from now, 5 years from now. People are going to ask Zion, what happened to Aunt Tay? What happened? What did the jury do? And thankfully now with your verdict, he gets to say that they found him guilty. They're also going to ask another extremely important question. What did they do? What do you want Zion's answer to be? The only just verdict is 20 years. Anything less is a travesty of justice.
Mr. Gill?
Good morning. Having an entire weekend to think about what remarks I was going to make here this morning is a long time. So I guarantee you I went over this matter in my mind 100 times or more about what I was going to say this morning. I've been up here for 30 seconds now, and I already know it's going to come out in a different way. Your verdict at the first phase of the trial is important to note. It's important to note what was said by the state of Texas, because if you take the emotion out of their remarks, there's really very little left. They want you to base a verdict base your verdict on emotion. You know, the family's not going to get to see Atatiana anymore. We know that. It's a tragedy. We've acknowledged that. We've talked to you about that. There is no changing that. Your verdict won't change that. It can't change that. You were talked to at the jury selection phase of this trial about whether or not you could give fair consideration to the idea of probation, to assessing a probation for someone that's been convicted of the offense of manslaughter. And each and every one of you said you could give fair consideration to that concept. And that presupposes that someone's life has been taken. And it presupposes that that person isn't going to be with us anymore, that their family's going to miss them. It presupposes there's been a tragedy overlaid over the facts of the case, which is exactly what we have here. A tragedy that'll never be changed. And the prosecutors were very defensive about the fact that we were going to ask you for probation in this case. That's because they know that that's really what this case is worth. But they want you to do something else. So, look at your verdict at the first phase of the trial. You found that Aaron did not act intentionally. You found that he did not act knowingly. You found that he did not intend for there to be a death resulting from his actions. Your verdict said you felt he acted recklessly, which is a much lower culpable state of mind than intentional or knowing. You know from the facts of the case that this case was not premeditated. There was no malice involved. There was no forethought involved. Remember the state stressing to you during closing arguments how fast this matter happened? That is a very important fact for you to consider in your deliberations at this phase of the trial. How quickly that decision had to be made. Aaron Dean is literally being judged for a second of his life today. And he's being judged under man's law, not God's law. The talk about eye for an eye, I'm not sure exactly what that was meant to convey to you during questioning of our witnesses, but we're not here about God's law. We're here about man's law. And the man's law is contained in the court's charge Judge Gallagher gave you. We're not here about money damages. That's for the civil court down the street. And you heard that there's a matter pending down there regarding this. This is about what is a fair and just verdict under the facts of this case and this case alone. What is the fair thing to do here? It's not a weighing or a balancing contest between the Carr family and the Dean family. It's not who's worth more. The judge doesn't tell you that in the court's charge. It's about what is the fair and just thing to do under the facts of this case. On the questionnaire that you filled out before trial, asking you about the three goals of punishment in the criminal justice system. Those three goals are the three purposes of punishment are punishment itself, rehabilitation, and deterrence. Those are the three things that you are to consider as jurors in a case. You are asked which of those is more important to you, punishment, rehabilitation, or deterrence. And the answers from the group of you vary. But if you are talking about punishment, what is he being punished for? There was a life lost, tragically. But Aaron was working in the line of duty as a police officer, as a law enforcement officer. He didn't take it upon himself to go hunt someone down that had wronged him before, or knowingly place someone in a dangerous situation waiting for him to spring a trap on them. He was trained by the Fort Worth Police Department. He was hired by the Fort Worth Police Department. He was assigned by the Fort Worth Police Department. He was dispatched out there that night in the line of duty. And his testimony to you was that he was protecting himself and his partner. So what are we going to punish him for? Yes, there was a life taken. That's true. But look at how these things happen. Look at the chain of events that set it all up. What is he culpable for? He didn't plan this thing. He didn't set out that night. He didn't get up that morning and go down to the police, go down to the headquarters and get his assignment with anything like this in mind. He was trained in the Fort Worth Police Department Academy to eliminate a threat. So keep that in mind, please. Secondly, rehabilitation. What are we going to rehabilitate Aaron from? You've heard by your verdict, he'll never be a police officer again. This situation is never going to repeat itself. He'll have to move on and find some other form of employment, which he's done as best he can. He's probably the person least in need of rehabilitation that's ever sat in a defendant's chair. Because he's a God-fearing, law-abiding citizen of our county. Yeah, Dr. Clayton came in here and said he was narcissistic, and you saw all those things placed on the board. Dr. Clayton had a very isolated opinion about Aaron Dean. 3 other psychologists disagreed with him. He was hired by the Fort Worth Police Department. Dr. Clayton didn't follow Aaron around the church. He didn't follow Aaron around in the choir. He didn't follow Aaron around in engineering school while he was getting a physics degree. Dr. Clayton said he could fly a commercial airliner. At least that's how I took it. Which tells you the subjectivity of the discipline of psychology. Dr. Clayton had a very isolated opinion of Aaron Dean. Look at the opinion of the people that know him best. Of course his family's going to testify. That's who he spends most of his time around. He's a family man. He's very involved with his family. Is that wrong? The prosecutor tried to make it seem like that's wrong to be a family man, to be around your family, to be in church with your family. It's not wrong. That's not a bad trait that Aaron has. That's a good trait. He had an isolated incident as a late teenager in college. You heard that Aaron was homeschooled. You heard that the purpose of the homeschool club was to help people socially adapt to college and the college environment. Is Aaron going to be judged for one isolated instance in his youth? An incident, no doubt, he is deeply embarrassed about, and has been since that day. A teenage mistake. You know, if there had been anything else in his background, speaking of people that didn't testify here, if there had been anything else in his background, they could have brought it to you. There are 190 prosecutors and 60-some investigators in that office could have brought it to you. You didn't hear about anything like that. They could have brought you police officers. If he had messed up anything in training, they could have brought those officers to you, and they didn't. Detective Dugan came to testify because he and Aaron developed a friendship while they were riding around that squad car together. A friendship that they've carried on after this event. Detective Dugan told you Aaron was devastated, as you would expect a Christian man to be over the situation. Deterrence? What about deterrence? One thing prosecutors like to argue at the punishment phase of a trial is that the jury has to send a message. You've got to send a message to the community. You've got to send a message that this type of thing isn't tolerated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in this case, you have to be very, very careful of the message that your verdict sends. Because in addition to the folks here in this courtroom, this case is being followed region-wide. And the police officers that have been here and the police officers that are watching need to know that when they leave, and their families need to know, that when they leave for work in the morning, that they can follow their training and they can defend themselves. Your verdict must walk a very fine line between what you believe Aaron Dean did and what other police officers in the same or similar circumstance might do. Because this situation, this exact situation, is an extremely isolated event. It's a one-of-a-kind fact scenario. And your message needs to be tailored. If there is a message, it needs to be tailored to this event because the policing, the training, the methods involved, those are out of Aaron's control. You heard Judge Gallagher's in charge of the probations in this court. Judge Gallagher's in charge of the terms and conditions. And you can trust Judge Gallagher to make sure that this matter is followed up on. And make sure that he knows everything that there is to know about what's going on with this probation. And Judge Gallagher can tailor the terms and conditions. He could take and put Aaron in jail for the weekend on the anniversary of this event so that Aaron never forgets, which he won't anyway. Judge Gallagher could order Aaron to sit down with administration from the Fort Worth Police Department, any other regional police training academies, and help them develop training curriculums so this situation never repeats itself. Aaron Dean can be an asset to law enforcement. And he can follow every other term and condition of probation that Judge Gallagher can set out for him. Punishment, rehabilitation, and deterrence do not include the term revenge. And believe me, there are plenty in this community that are seeking that. But that's not the function of a jury. The function of a jury is to follow the law and set out the terms and conditions of probation that are applicable, or to make a decision that's applicable and based upon the facts of that particular case. There's no one else in this community that has heard all of the testimony and seen the demeanor of the witnesses and had your experience. This is your verdict and your verdict alone. And let's make no mistake about it, we are asking you to recommend to Judge Gallagher that Mr. Dean have his sentence probated. Because there is nothing to gain by sending this man to the penitentiary. No one can punish him more than he's already punished himself. We've talked about his need for rehabilitation. And we've talked about what exactly is it that we would deter by a penitentiary sentence here. What exactly would that be? Aaron didn't know who was on the other side of that window. As much as people want to make this a racial issue, it's not. He didn't know who was on the other side of that window. All he knew was they were armed and they were a threat. So everything that's happened from then on is of low value in deciding what the sentence should be in this case. We had to file, the law requires that a motion, an application for probation be filed pre-trial, as the judge tells you in the jury charge. That's because both sides have to have the ability to question jurors such as yourselves about your ability to follow the law and to give fair consideration to the concept of probation, which all of you said that you would do. Every one of you. And ladies and gentlemen, on Aaron's behalf, on behalf of police officers and those who risk their lives on a daily basis to keep us safe, we're asking that you give that concept fair consideration here. Because this case deserves that fair consideration. Aaron deserves that fair consideration.
You have 2 minutes, Mr.
Thank you.
Stand up there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Aaron Dean. This is the man that you'll be passing judgment on in a few minutes. You heard from family and friends, members of the community that know Aaron the best. He's a good man. He's a very good man. He's a very good man who finds himself in a very tough situation. And we're asking that you take into consideration all of those good qualities that you heard about. Because this man possesses all of those. Those people got up here, thank you. Those people got up here, and everything they said was heartfelt. Because they know him best. Ladies and gentlemen, you have Aaron Dean in your hands. And like the prosecutor asked you to do, I hope you remember my remarks when you go back into the jury room. Because like at the first phase of the trial, the prosecutors get to close here. They get the last say. I don't know why, but that's what the law allows. So I'm asking when you go into the jury room and start your deliberations, that you recall the things that I've said here this morning. And you take all of those into consideration. And you arrive at a just and fair verdict. Thank you very much.
Mr. Smith?
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
May I please court?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, probation. You said you'd consider it. You never promised to give it. And I want you to remember when the probation officer was on the stand. 15 minutes a meeting. Maybe up to an hour, but that's usually just the first one. 15 minutes a meeting once a month. 3 hours a year. That's what that comes to. That's what that comes to. When you say probation, if you're considering probation for him, what you're saying is what happened that night, what happened in the early morning hours of October 12th, is only worth 3 hours a year for that man. Probation's not appropriate, and you know it. So let's talk about what is appropriate. Let's talk about what the defense attorney said. He's punished himself enough already. You can consider what he told you from this witness stand. When he took the stand a week ago today, that morning, did that seem like a man who had punished himself? Or a man that had given himself an excuse for his conduct? And the defense attorney told you this is an isolated incident. You know why it's an isolated incident? Because other officers don't act this way. Other officers don't make the same decisions that he made. That's why this is an isolated incident. It's because of him. It's because of who he is. He had a good family. He had a good education. He had a good support system. So why is he here? He's here because of who he is. I want you to watch that body cam video again. I want you to look at every decision that he made that night. I want you to look at every time he had the opportunity to save Atatiana's life, he made the wrong decision. And then I want you to look at that in the context of what Dr. Clayton said last week. Because it should all be clicking in your head now. That's who he really is. He's manipulative. The overconfidence, the narcissism. Ideas of grandiosity that he can do anything. He flaunts the rules. He runs in, just like I told you. Now when you hear that, the hard charger, the gung-ho, that's who he is. Because those are the decisions he made that night. It didn't just that when that split second when he pulled the trigger. Every step he made towards that backyard was who he is and his personality traits and what he can't change. So that's why we're here. It's because of him is why you're sitting in these chairs. You're judging him for what he did. You're holding him accountable for the choices he made. And now, you do have to ask yourself, what is Atatiana's life worth? What are you going to tell her family when this is over? Atatiana, she'll never be married. She'll never have a family. She'll never get to be a doctor. She'll never grow old. Her mother lived longer than her. Mom living longer than a child. At 28 years old, she died. And this wasn't some tragic accident. He's the one that set everything in motion. Her sisters, her brother, Zayd and Zion, they'll never hug her again. You saw the defendant's sister touch her hand as she left the stand. That close human contact of support. A touch that any one of her family would give anything for to have one more opportunity to experience. But they can't. Not because of anything that they've done, not because of anything that Atatiana done, but solely because of the decisions that he made on October 12, 2019. And that's why he's sitting in that seat. And that's why you're making this decision. So what is her life worth? What are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to this community? She was in her home. I've said this before, but that's because it's so important. Where else? Where else should you feel safe? Not in your own home. She didn't ask for this. Her family didn't ask for this. It was him. So what is her life worth? We've talked about who the defendant really is. We've talked about Dr. Clayton. And we've talked about Atatiana. This person, the defense, all they want to talk about is the defendant. This is the person that lost her life. This is the family that lost a loved one. This is two nephews who lost an aunt, two sisters who lost a sister, and a brother who lost a sister, and a mother who buried a daughter. A woman who went to college. She wanted to be a doctor. She wanted to contribute to society. And we've all of us, you included, have been robbed by the defendant taking her from us. Is that okay? Is that worth 15 minutes a month? 3 hours a year? Is that really what you're going to tell this family? That that's what this is worth? 15 minutes a month? It's not. And you know it's not appropriate. The defense attorney said a tragedy that will never be changed. He had so many opportunities to make other decisions so that we wouldn't be here. And yet he didn't. He continued to push forward because that's who he is. His overconfidence, his personality traits. And we go back to Dr. Clayton because it's so important. And if someone back there starts talking about his family and the good person he is, and I have no issues with his family. It's about him. That's what you need to direct him back to. It's about him. Who is he? Dr. Clayton told you. And the best evidence to show you, to look into his soul, to tell you who he really was, who he really is as a person, and why Dr. Clayton was spot on in his evaluation of this defendant was whenever he finally got into that room. And take this back and watch it again. Finally got back into that room, and Atatiana was taking her last breaths on the floor in front of her nephew, gasping for air, struggling to live, and he stood over her, lorded over her, providing no aid, not attempting to do anything, only looking for that gun to give himself yet another excuse for his behavior.
You have 2 minutes, Mr. Smith.
That's his heart. That's who he is. And she deserved better. She deserved better from that defendant. And she deserves a sentence from you. Don't just stand there and watch this happen. Take action. Atatiana deserves it. Give him the maximum. That's what her life is worth. Give him the 20 years. Thank you.
Okay, retire to your jury room. If you need anything, let me know. We'll be in recess, everybody. Thank you very much.
everyone, I'm Michelle Yu, and welcome to the Law and Crime Trial Network. I will be with you for the next 3 hours breaking down the latest trial news. Our coverage starts in the sentencing hearing for George Wagner IV. But before I take you to the court out in Ohio, I want to give you an update in the Aaron Dean case, where the sentencing phase was concluded, and we have been on the lookout for his official sentence for the past hour. Now, back to George Wagner IV here. He was found guilty on each of his 22 counts, including 8 counts of aggravated murder at the end of November. Wagner and his family are accused of killing 7 members of the Roden family, along with Hannah Gilley, over a child custody dispute. Now, his brother Jake and mother Angela both pleaded guilty, but George and his father Billy both pleaded not guilty. The trial for Billy is yet to come. That's expected in the new year. But for now, let's listen to today's sentencing hearing. Take a look.
And it also includes any attempt, conspiracy, or complicity conviction for any of those offenses as well. The complicity and conspiracy also apply.
I'm sorry, apply to
Apply as qualifying
database.
offenses.
Yeah.
Yeah, conspiracy in and of itself and complicity in and of itself.
So I indicated the first eight counts of aggravated murder would apply, but the conspiracy and the prosecutor pointed out complicity would also be those that qualify him for this. So the actually anticipated here is a hearing on whether he has rebutted the presumption by establishing by preponderance of the evidence that he's not the principal offender in the commission of the offenses that classify him as a violent offender. And then, if the court finds he has done that, then notwithstanding that, whether he should be required to enroll. I'm not sure. It sounds like maybe the state is agreeing that he was not the principal offender in these.
Actually, we would not agree on that, Your Honor. He is, it talks about conspiracy or complicity as well. Again, there's testimony from Jake Wagner that he wasn't a trigger puller on the case, but it still covers conspiracy and complicity as well, too. And again, it's a rebuttable presumption. We would argue that specifically, if you look at the factors, if you look at the factors, most important one being public interest and public safety. You've got somebody who's been convicted of 8 aggravated murders and other charges involving those.
Don't those factors, though, don't those come in only if he has rebutted the presumption?
It's up to him to rebut it. If he wants to try and rebut it, we're here and ready.
Well, I think we would just adopt the testimony from a trial. I mean, that's a better hearing than hearing.
So you're willing to submit this as a part of the hearing, in the hearing to rebut the presumption, you're submitting the evidence produced at trial and don't intend to present anything else?
That's correct.
Okay. So now does the state have a response to that?
Yeah, we'd be willing to let the court take judicial notice of the facts that were testified to and the evidence in this case. Again, even if he were not arguably a principal offender, he's still convicted of conspiracy and the complicity charge as well. And I would argue most importantly, there's 2 factors. His degree of culpability or involvement in the underlying offenses. And quite frankly, Your Honor, in plain English, he was up to his eyeballs in this, helped plan it. You heard the testimony of the other 2 co-conspirators. He was completely involved in it. And I would argue the public interest and public safety, most importantly, and you've got somebody that's been convicted of 8 separate aggravated murders and is indicted on death specs. And hopefully there is never ever a chance that he would ever be out in a position to register, but we just asked the court to take judicial notice of the facts of this case. But we wouldn't be still arguing that the conspiracy and complicity apply to. He wouldn't be a principal offender in those.
So that's moving on to the second tier of the hearing, actually. And is that acceptable with the defense also, that we move to that second tier of the hearing provided for?
Yes, Judge.
All right. The court will find that the defendant has rebutted the presumption by showing that he was not the principal offender in the commission of the crimes. However, for purposes of this hearing only, the court makes that finding, but the court will also find, based upon his degree of culpability and involvement in the offenses committed for which he's been convicted, the ones that classify him as a violent offender, and also in the public interest and safety, that notwithstanding that rebuttal, that the defendant should be required to enroll in the violent offender database and should have all violent offender database duties with respect to the offenses that classify him as a violent offender, and he will be required to enroll in that database within 10 days of his release from incarceration. Those duties are set forth in the form that he has already signed here. All right.
That's just another objection.
All right. And now we are we ready now to proceed with the sentencing hearing itself? Is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes.
All right. The state may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as this court knows, the state did submit a sentencing memorandum, which was quite lengthy. In that the sentencing memorandum, we also provided a sentencing chart just for the court's reference, because this is numerous counts with lots of specifications, etc. So I would just ask the court to rely on some of the arguments that the state made in that sentencing memorandum. Specifically, and again, I know the court knows this, the factors that the court is to look at when determining whether an offense is more serious than others of its kind, and or the factors that don't exist to suggest that it is less serious. Additionally, Your Honor, factors where you are to determine whether or not the defendant is likely to reoffend or not. In that argument, I did reference, even though he does not have convictions, he certainly testified to numerous offenses that he and his family have committed, basically for more than over a decade. So again, Your Honor, I would just ask the court to rely on the arguments that the state made in the sentencing memorandum. Additionally, Your Honor, the one factors that I'm going to ask the court to focus on the most today is the impact on the victims and the seriousness of the offense. As this court knows, the overriding, the state or the court is supposed to impose a sentence that is consistent with the overriding principles of the sentencing statute, specifically that the sentence not demean the seriousness of the offense or the impact to the victims. Frankly, Your Honor, this is a day that many of us in this room thought would never come. It has been 6.5 long years since this family behind me learned that the gruesome fate of their loved ones. The crime seemed so brutal and so nonsensical then. They still do, even after, or perhaps especially after, learning what we already knew to be true. That is, that none of these victims deserve to die. None of them did anything to warrant the death sentences they received at the hands of the defendant and his family. Today, I urge the court to focus specifically and mainly on that impact to the families when fashioning a sentence in this case. In this case, you have both the seriousness of the offenses and the impact on the victims. I can't imagine a more serious offense. It has been said far and often that this is one of the most serious aggravated murders in the state of Ohio. Not that any murder, of course, comes without pain and horror for those killed and those left behind, but the killing of 8 people in such a premeditated fashion for literally no reason and all in one night, I would suggest does make this one of the most serious aggravated murder cases Ohio has seen. I think even the defendant has agreed that there are few crimes we have encountered that have more premeditation than this case does. There were 4 months of admitted premeditation in this case. I'd also like to just briefly discuss the complicity posture. As this court knows, the state did try the defendant under both as a principal offender for some of the offenses, but certainly as a complicit in the others. As this court knows, the defendant is permitted to be punished just the same as if he were the principal offender as to any of these offenses. And as this court also knows, one of the death penalty specifications that was dismissed says right in the language of the specification itself that if the defendant was not the principal offender, if the offense was premeditated, then that specification would apply. So I would just kind of bring that to the court's attention. Even if he was a complicit in some of these offenses, the law provides that he could have received the death penalty had the state not dismissed the death specs in this case. Your Honor, in a moment, the court, you will hear from some of the family members of those who were killed in this case. Not all, but some. Some, as I noticed in our sentencing memorandum, are no longer with us. Both Gary and Dana's fathers have died since learning of their children's passing. Both mourned and grieved their losses until their dying day. Both wanted more than anything, not only to see them again, but to also see justice in this case. I would submit to the court that the impact to the victims should be paramount. They are at long last, and for the first time, able to address the court and provide this impact information. Up to this point, they have had to remain restrained and quiet. In fact, that was even the subject of a court order, despite having to sit in the same room as people they know killed their loved ones, despite seeing and hearing the graphic details and image of what this defendant and his family did. Today, finally, their voices will be heard. I have read over some of their statements, and I assure you I cannot say anything more powerful or meaningful than what they have written. You will hear from brothers and mothers and daughters and sons, including the now 9-year-old son of Frankie Boone, with his mother. I ask the court to hear their words and strongly consider the impact this has had and will continue to have on not just the lives of those who were slaughtered in their own homes, most in their own beds, but of every single person who deserved to have these people in their lives, their children, their parents and siblings and cousins, all of whom they loved. These were people that were killed that night, people who lived and laughed and loved and who deserved to continue to live and laugh and love. You've now heard from 3 of the 4 people responsible for these crimes. You know how cold and calculated and depraved these crimes were, how they self-anointed themselves as judge and jury for these 8 people, how they led a life of crime and never had any remorse about doing so. In fact, they remained proud of how adept they were at it. But this is not yet another in a series of arsons.
All right, so as they're discussing the sentencing, the impact of the victims is something the state wants everyone to keep in mind and focus on right now. And with that, I'm joined by criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Marie Pereira, as well as trial and family law attorney Lexi Rigdon. Thank you both, ladies, for joining me this afternoon. And I'll start with you, Lexi. George Wagner IV avoided the death penalty by having his mother and brother testify against him. Do you think they will have him testify in his father's trial?
It's really hard to say. I mean, they're probably going to just take some type of a stock about, you know, what the favorable verdict that they got from testifying. And so I think that the prosecution is going to want them to testify because it worked in this case. And they got the kinks out, and now they're going to be able to do it again.
And Marie, looking ahead, how do you think the approach will be to his father's trial? Will it be any different?
I don't think it's going to be any different, and I want to agree with Lexi. I used to have a law school professor, and he said, you know what? There's always someone who did it before you. Don't reinvent the wheel. They already have it on lock. They already got their guilty verdict, working on the recipe they had, so I don't see why they would change any parts of it at all.
All right, well, great start, ladies, to our Ladies Power Hour here on Law and Crime. We have more analysis, and we will also go back to George Wagner IV's sentencing hearing in a moment. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Michelle Yu. We're continuing our coverage of the sentencing phase for George Wagner IV here. Wagner was found guilty on each of his 22 counts, including 8 counts of aggravated murder at the end of November. Now, Wagner and his family are accused of killing 7 members of the Roden family, along with Hannah Gilley, over a child custody dispute. His brother Jake and mother Angela, they both pleaded guilty, but George and his father Billy both pleaded not guilty. The trial for Billy will take place this upcoming January. Let's jump back into that hearing right now.
Or any other felony they chronically committed. This is the unjustified, unprovoked, horrible, senseless killing of 8 innocent people. He should not get 8 for the price of 1, even though at some point the state recognizes that after all of the firearm specifications, there's little chance the defendant would ever get out of prison. But in this case, Your Honor, I would submit it is the principle of the thing. The defendant does deserve the death penalty. There is no question. All 4 of them do, including Angela, who did not even leave the house that night. But because that is no longer on the table any longer, we urge the court to impose 8 consecutive life without parole sentences regarding the murder of each of these lives, and to impose maximum and consecutive sentences to each of the remaining counts as well, because each and every remaining count in the indictment represents one more step in either the planning, the executing of, or the covering up of these horrific crimes, and should be punished as such. The defendant has benefited from his brother's actions. That is the only reason he does not face the death penalty as we speak. He should not benefit even more than he already has for something that he did not contribute. The defendant in his sentencing memorandum begs for mercy. He showed no mercy for the victims who just wanted to live. They had no one to beg for their lives or demand due process. He was judge, jury, and executioner in their lives. He deserves no mercy. Your Honor, at this time, numerous victims' family members are going to address the court. In a few instances, Ms. Kerr, our victim advocate on the case, is going to read their statements on behalf of them. For one reason or another, a couple of them could not be present. Others just didn't think they would be able to complete the sentence. So the first victim impact statement is from Angela, aunt to Hannah Hazel, and Ms. Kerr will read that victim impact statement, Your Honor.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Angel, and this statement represents the family of Hannah Hazel Gilley. May we please take the time to thank you, Your Honor, for conducting a fair trial. We would also like to thank the jury for performing their civic duties. We know that they sacrificed time that could have been spent with their own families during this trial. We would also like to thank every police officer, detective, every BCI investigator, any person who had a hand in gathering evidence, processing evidence, and following up on every small piece of information given by family members and family friends. Our family would also like to thank Angela Canepa. What can we say about Angela? She listened to our families, heard probably 1,000 theories, and never wavered in finding the truth. She followed the evidence and was thorough in putting it all together like a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. Angela, our family, would like to thank you for the countless hours spent looking over evidence, talking with investigators, and presenting the evidence here. Thanks to you, everyone. Everyone knows what happened that night in April of 2016. For a while, our family was not sure that we would ever know the truth. Thank you for everything, Angela. Hannah Hazel Gilley was born on February 28, 1996. She was the smallest baby born in our family. Hannah was the youngest granddaughter of 7 grandchildren. She was raised by her grandparents and lived on a dead-end road. Lots of friends and family members live on that road, so she rode the school bus with her cousins and kids who she had known her entire life. Hannah attended Northwest schools. She participated in cheerleading and was a good student. She was loved by everyone who knew her. She was funny and beautiful and would light up a room just by walking into it. She attended Northwest schools and then attended vocational school and graduated with a certificate in child development. She competed in a pageant at our local town yearly festival and was known by nearly everyone in our small community. Hannah soon met the love of her life, Frankie Roden. They had a lot in common. They both liked to ride ATVs, go to demolition derbies, and just hang out and have fun with friends and families. Frankie then proposed to Hannah. She said yes. It wasn't long until she had moved in with him and had a baby on the way. Both families gathered in excitement at the gender reveal. It's a boy. Everyone was happy. A new member of the family. Both families gather again for a baby shower, and then in October 2015, Ruger was born. Everyone visits at the hospital excited about the new baby. Hannah loved being a mother. She was a good mother, and she took great care of her new son. Our family had one more Thanksgiving, one more Christmas, and one more Easter with Hannah and Frankie. And then on that day in April, our lives changed forever. A few days later, we were making arrangements at our local funeral home for our 20-year-old beautiful new mother of a 6-month-old infant. Why? Our family is in total shock. Why? Why did this happen? I guess now we know why. The Wagner family. What can we say about the Wagner family members who committed this crime? Let's start with Jake. At least he told the truth. The other Wagner, I suppose, his story's yet to be told. And George, here today, this was his last-ditch effort, hoping that there was some mistake in the evidence or a technicality that might just set him free. But Angela, wow, what mother plots and plans to murder 3 other mothers? 2 young mothers nursing their infants at the time of their death. What kind of mother is she? Now, none of those Wagners want to face capital punishment conviction. They don't want the death penalty. They don't want to die. How ironic is that? Well, karma drives a big bus, and you will eventually reap what you have been sown, and you will pay the price for what you have done. No one even must do anything, because it is true, what comes around goes around. To you, Hannah was just collateral damage in your sick and twisted plan. Her life meant absolutely nothing to you, but to our family, she meant everything. We love her, and we miss her, and we would give anything to have her back. Instead, she has been laid to rest beside the grandparents that raised her on that same dead-end road, only about 300 feet from the same driveway where she always caught the school bus. This is a very sad story, and what makes it even more sad is that it is true. Thank you, Your Honor.
The next person addressing the court, Your Honor, is Andrea, and she is the mother of Hannah Hazel.
And with that, I still have criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira and a trial and family law attorney Lexi Rigdon here with me on the show. Marie, as they bring up the victims once again, this must be traumatic for the victims' families to have to hear and talk about this all over again. I mean, they heard about similar details in the trial, and now again in the sentencing hearing. Is this elongated sentencing hearing just necessary?
It's absolutely necessary. Although it's very painful, it is a way for the families to get closure, because now that he's officially been convicted, it is them saying, we have justice against you, and you are going to get locked up for the rest of your life. So they need that catharsis. They need to know that, you know what, we're still here and we're arguing on behalf of our deceased loved ones, and you're the one who's going to die in jail, probably wearing your black vest you wore every day to court.
You are very sharp in noticing that, because I noticed that as well. I mean, the trial had been going on since July. He was wearing that black vest, that black leather vest, as you see there on the screen. Lexi, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, my thought is that that's a fashion crime in and of itself. And, you know, it's funny, I hadn't actually noticed that. I noticed it once you said it, but it like didn't, it was in my subconscious. But A sentencing hearing is painful for everybody, but these victims' families have waited for years to actually be able to face their relatives' killer and the people that participated in it. So it's necessary. They're arguing about important stuff, even though he's facing a mandatory life in prison. There are still things to figure out, whether he might be eligible for parole one day, whether he's going to be on the violent offender list. This is a necessary evil, but I'm still laughing in my head about the vest. That's not necessary. He needs a new outfit.
Yeah, he certainly does. Maybe he'll be wearing that orange jumpsuit finally behind bars, and it'll be a
With the
whole new
vest
look
over
for
it.
him. Exactly. All right. And with that, we're going to take another quick break here. We're going to go back into the courtroom and hear more family statements in a moment. Stay with us. for joining us here on Law and Crime. Our focus is still the sentencing phase for George Wagner IV. Wagner was found guilty on each of his 22 counts, including 8 counts of aggravated murder at the end of November. And Wagner and his family are accused of killing 7 members of the Rodin family along with Hannah Gilley. And this, of course, all over a child custody dispute. Now, his brother Jake and mother Angela, they both pleaded guilty, but George and his father Billy both pleaded not guilty. The trial for Billy will take place this upcoming January. Let's go back right now to the hearing and see the latest.
Thank you, Judge Deering, for this time to address the court today. May I speak directly to the defendant?
I'll permit you to do that within reason, but I have to regulate somewhat. But I'll let you. I'd prefer you to address your comments to me, but if there's something that you feel that you need to say to the defendant, I'll permit you to do that.
Okay. George Wagner IV, let me introduce myself. You see, you said out of your own mouth that you never met my daughter, Hannah Hazel Gilley. I'm her mom, Andrea Shoemaker. I stand here today to be her voice, since you, George Wagner IV, and your evil family took her. I'm supposed to stand here today and give a victim's impact statement. I have no idea, I have never done any sort of paper like this. And I have no idea, I've never done anything like this. So I did what most people do. I Googled it. But as soon as the word victim popped up, I looked at the definition just to see what exactly it says. Victim means a person harmed, injured, or killed as a result of a crime, accident, or other event or action. Wow, now that's powerful, because that is what the evil George Wagner family, George Wagner IV, and your evil family have done. My victims list: Chris Rodin Sr., the young age of 40 years old; Dana Lynn Rodin, only the young age of 37. I was just getting to know you not long before you welcomed my sweet Hannah Hazel Gilley into your family. Both of you absolutely loved your grandchildren. My heart breaks for all of you, for all of your grandchildren, as they will never know the great papa and nana you truly were. They will only hear stories about how wonderful you really are. As for Chris Sr., my heart aches for your mother to have lost 2 sons in one night. Just so unfair to her. For Dana's mom and dad, the pain of both of your parents. Phil, for you, your father, to not live on this earth, to see justice for his daughter, so heartbreaking. 2 lives taken too soon, but never forgotten. Kenneth Rodin, only the young age of 44 years old. I know this much about this man, that he loved his nephew, my grandson Ruger Rodin, because he stopped at Frankie and Hannah's Hazel's home all the time. A great friend to my oldest daughter, as where she seen him every day he ate dinner where she worked. A father figure to my son. Oh, how my heart breaks for your mother. A life taken too soon, but never forgotten. Gary Rodin, a young age of 38 years old. I dislike the fact that I never got to know you, but seeing you in the garage, under the hood of a vehicle as Hannah, her son, Ruger Rodin, and I sat on a sheet in her yard or on the porch, just missed that so much. Another life taken too soon, but never forgotten. Christopher Rodin Jr., only the age of sweet 16. Just a child that was still learning about life, now unable to live it. Oh, how I miss your sassy mouth and your fierce attitude. for someone to kill or stand and watch as you are being killed is the devil. Hannah Mae Roden, only the young age of 19 years old. As George Wagner IV said, "This girl is like a little sister to me." Hannah Mae and my son was the first to give me my biological granddaughter. Her name is Kylie. Hannah Mae was such an innocent young lady, a great mother to two beautiful girls. I watched your baby girl, Kylie, mourn to know who her mommy was. I answered questions that should have never had to be asked in the first place. My heart is forever broken, but she and her sister will never know the mommy you were. Another life taken too soon, but never forgotten. Frankie Roden, my soon-to-be son-in-law, the young man that gave me my first grandson, Ruger. The love you have for my beautiful baby girl, Hannah Hazel, as well as your two sons. The birthdays, the Easters, the mornings of Christmas, just all the sports and holidays that were taken from you. Oh, how my heart aches to see you, to hug you, to have you pester me, to have you eat all of what I cook for dinner and lunch. My heart aches for you, son, your sons. One was only the age of 3 when the evil George Wagner IV, who said you were like his best friend, and his evil family, all were cowards and killed you. My grandson was made an orphan in one night. I see the pain in Ruger's eyes. He mourns for a dad! So bad! And there is something he will do for the rest of his life, is want his daddy. Oh, and Hannah Hazel Gilly, my baby girl, only the age of 20, gone mad, who fell in love with a young man, Frankie Roden, the love of Hannah Hazel Gilly's life. Hannah Hazel was the first of my children to give me the blessing of becoming a mammal. And Hannah Hazel Gilly, lost my spot. Hannah Hazel Gilly was a first-time mom to her beautiful son, Ruger. And what a mommy she was. She loved her son with her whole heart. And for her to only have 6 months of his life, that is the one thing she wanted to see in her whole young life, is to watch him grow up, watch him hunt eggs at Easter time, the look on his face when he sees the Easter bunny for the first time, the look on his face on Christmas morning after Santa came and his reindeers left the gifts, because he made the nice list. Open presents for birthdays, just all the fun things a mommy and daddy do together. My baby girl, I miss you beyond words. Another life taken way too soon, but will never be forgotten. Number 9, the list of victims gets longer. The 8 lives are just the ones no longer on this earth. We, as a new family, the Gilly, Manleys, and the Rodens, have all suffered, no matter being the grandmother, grandfather, mother, father, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, cousins, friends, true best friends. Children left with only a mom, children left with only a father, and children without a mom and dad at all. We are all suffering, hurting, always heartbroken, forever without our children. All because the devils like the dark. Devils hunt at night, just like you, George Wagner IV, and your evil family did on Friday, April the 21st and 22nd of 2016. Next, the word impact, what it means. Have a strong effect on someone or something. Oh, what an impact the evil George Wagner and his family have had on me. I went to sleep on a Thursday, April 21st, 2016, was woke up in the early hours of April 22nd, 2016 from what I thought was a simple nightmare that I couldn't remember. Made coffee like any other morning. Later that morning, got a call and a message saying, get to Frankie and Hannah Hazel's because has been an accident and they need you to get Ruger. I asked what kind of accident. Response, from this person, I can't tell you. So I rushed to Union Hill Road and State Route 32, which is only 5 minutes away. When you're speeding 80 and 90 miles per hour. And my thoughts within the 5-minute ride was, what kind of accident could happen? Frankie's ass, this is what I said, must have been driving fast. As I arrived at Union Hill Road, and my thoughts within that 5 minutes was kind of, accident could have happened. Frankie must have wrecked Hannah Hazel, and she is unconscious, and Children's Services needs me to get Ruger. And
so as the judge and everyone in that courtroom hears the parents of Hannah's emotional statement there, we've got to think, there's a lot of feelings there right now in that courtroom. What do you think now the sentencing will be, Lexi, after hearing all this?
Well, that is just heartbreaking. I mean, most victims have, one victim to more.
Actually, Lexi, we're gonna fix your audio in a second. So Marie, I'm gonna go to you. What do you think of that?
I think that he will probably get what is allowed under the law, maximum life in prison without the possibility of parole. I think these witness statements are heart-wrenching, and the rage that these people have to live with, it won't go away after today's statements. They have to live with that for the rest of their lives. And that's what the defense attorney, that's what the prosecutor was pointing out, that although the trial is over, the convictions are handed down, the pain is going to stay with the families. So therefore, his sentence should be maximum for him to live with that for the rest of his life behind bars with no possibility of parole. There are no mitigators here. And I think the prosecutor did a good job at laying down the foundation for the judge to give him the mask.
Well, Marie, do you think that this statement that they gave out and all the emotions that they poured out, did it give them any relief?
It had to give them relief because all of that anger and anguish and hate and disdain is boiling inside them. But with PTSD, with guilt for survivors, it's not something that goes away in one sitting. Every moment that they get a chance to talk about this and voice what he did to them is going to be a healing process. But I suspect even after all of this time that has gone since the murders and the trial, it's not going to be something that they handle without pain, because there are children left behind to top it off. Like this last witness is talking about little girls and little boys who are saying, where's mommy? Where's daddy? How do you explain that type of pain to them? They'll never get over this.
Well, also, this trial has been going on since July, and for them to have to think about these type of heartbreaking moments for months, and then unfortunately they have to deal with this in January again when Billy's trial happens, it's definitely going to take a toll on the family, but there's a little bit of relief for them, and that's all we could ask for them. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime, but when we come back, we're going to switch gears and talk about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, the latest on them in a moment. Welcome back to Law and Crime. Right now, we turn our attention to our star-studded trial from over the summer, and that's the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation case. And if you don't recall, Johnny Depp was awarded over $10 million in June, and Amber Heard was awarded $2 million in her countersuit. The lawsuit stemmed from a 2018 op-ed written by Heard and published in the Washington Post, where she outlined domestic abuse during her marriage with the Pirates of the Caribbean star. Well, today, Amber Heard announced that she decided to settle her defamation case against her ex-husband, and sources familiar with the settlement tell us that Heard agreed to pay Depp $1 million. In an Instagram post, she said, quote, "It's important for me to say that I never chose this. I defended my truth, and in doing so, my life as I knew it was destroyed." And with that, we bring in our legal panel to discuss this. Marie, in the original settlement, Depp was owed over $10 million. How is she getting away with paying only one? Will she be held to the rest?
As long as they have a settlement between them and it's an agreement between two parties and there is a meeting of the minds, the courts are not going to enforce anything on behalf of Johnny Depp. He would have to say, well, no. And it seems like they have come to an agreement, and basically Amber is, cutting her losses because she lost in the court of public opinion. She lost a lot of future opportunities as an actress because everybody is hating on her now post-trial. And I think she's just cutting her losses and moving on. So her saying, I settled, is something that she had to do. And I'm sure her attorneys said to her, you know what, girl, you done lost. You're going to lose again. Let's just try to put this behind you and move on with your life.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because, she mentioned in that Instagram that the American legal system has let her down. And as you mentioned, I think she felt she would have lost again if she tried to bring this back to court. I mean, do you really think she decided to settle over 5 months later because of the fact that she's losing advertisement, she's losing jobs, she's losing basically her identity?
Absolutely, because she saw the writing on the wall. You saw the people who were out there cheering for Johnny as the thing was going on and even afterwards. And you saw how they really branded her a liar. And people actually said she hurt the Me Too movement because her testimony was not believable. That she tried to say he did certain things to her, and the pictures did not match, the injuries did not match the testimony. And that's what did it for her. She made herself out to be a liar on the stand, and I'm sure she would not want a repeat of this. The writing is on the wall. People were not believing that she was a victim. And you know what? Even people like Amber Heard, who claim to be victims, are under an obligation to prove their injuries in a court of law. You cannot just say this happened and then your photos that you were taking pictures of everything, him sleeping with cake in his mouth, him falling out, but you claim that, let's say, that time when there was broken glass and she ran across the room with shards of glass in her plantar area, and she didn't take a picture of that. You know what? She did herself on that stand by not putting proof forward to her injuries, and it made her look like a liar, and that's what happened with that.
Now, Marie, I'm guilty of reading all the gossip about Amber Heard. After this trial, we saw her traveling. She was in the Hamptons shopping at TJ Maxx, and then she also went to Europe and had a vacation there. She has a daughter. I mean, do you think that something happened to her between the time of the ending of the trial and now to persuade her to do this? We have about 30 seconds.
You know what? I don't blame anybody for getting into clearance shopping for therapy, not even Amber Heard. What happened to her is she saw she lost, she had to live her life, and why not go to TJ Maxx and get it popping? Clearanceshoppingtherapy.com. Thank you.
You know what, Marie? One day we're going to have to do that together. Maybe we'll see Amber Heard and we'll hear the truth from her, straight from her mouth. All right. Thank you for that. We will discuss more of that later, and hopefully we will see what will happen with George Wagner IV as well. We're going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime. We're going to come back with much more trial coverage in a moment. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Law and Crime. We turn back our attention right now to the sentencing phase for George Wagner IV. If you may remember, he was found guilty on each of his 22 counts, including 8 counts of aggravated murder. That all happened at the end of November. Now, Wagner and his family are accused of killing 7 members of the Roden family along with Hannah Gilley, and this all over a child custody dispute. Keep in mind, his brother Jake and mother Angela both pleaded guilty, but George and his father Billy both pleaded not guilty. The trial for Billy will take place in the new year in January. For now, let's go back to the hearing.
I said the A word. And I'm going to kick Frankie's butt for driving fast. Arrived at the Union Hill Road 32 only to see the road was blocked by a sheriff deputy. I told him who I was, and he told me to pull over to the side of the road. I did, as he asked. So I called the person who called me in the first place and asked about my Hannah Hazel. Response, I got Hannah Mae. This was repeated so many times that I can't remember until I said, yes, Hannah Mae. Response I got was that she's dead. And I said, what? So what about Hannah Hazel? Is she dead? Response from the other end of that call, yes. I lost all sense of feeling at that moment. Came to a few minutes later on the ground with someone asking me, what's going on? And I screamed, Hannah's dead! Hannah's dead! Jumped to my feet because I still had to get my grandson. At least that's what I thought. Because I hadn't had a chance to meet Kylie but knew she was my granddaughter because she looked just like her dad, Charlie, when she was born. Then the news, media, etc. started gathering like vultures on a dead deer carcass just to get the story that was our life, our life. Still here today. We were moved to a church where all sorts of family and friends started gathering. We went to the sheriff's stations to answer questions, give statements, but I wanted answers. That's what I got from BCI agents. He knows who he is, and I thank him for answering them. Then all the family was put into this church, and to be told by a screen from a press conference that our family was dead. Next, I was sitting on some steps outside the church, and a man walked up to me and said, my name is Rob Junk. I'm the prosecutor from Pike County. If this person or people that did this would be brought before a judge, would you want the death penalty? And I said, yes, an eye for an eye. An eye for an eye is what my mama always taught me. Speaking of parents, my dad mourned himself to death over the loss of his granddaughter, Hannah Hazel, as well as me, as well as Frankie's and Hannah Mae's. So I feel as if you killed my dad when you and your family took 8 lives in one night. The fact that all Hannah Hazel Gilley's nieces, nephews, cousins, aunts, uncles, sisters, brothers, and good friends still suffer with heartache. My dear, lost. Heartache to see her, to hug her, to hear her voice, just to have her in their lives like she once was. My many regrets. I have many regrets and what ifs because of the devils you are. Finally, the word statement, which means a definition or a clear expression of something in a speech or writing. I pray to God that you get to see the heartbreaks for all them to have to tell you, a very young child, that their Uncle Nana and Aunt Frankie went to heaven is unbearable. Yes, I said that right. because that's what they were called. Uncle Nana, Aunt Frankie. Whew. Okay. I went from seeing my grandson, Ruger, every day until the day I found out she was dead. Then he was placed in strangers' arms, and I went 2 months without seeing him at all. Then we fought to get him in our family, where his mommy would have wanted him. And I know George Wagner IV and his family have no idea how to deal, when dealing with a child. I hope to have no deal with dealing with a child again, and I pray to God that your son learns what kind of a monster you really are and never wants anything to do with you. I pray for that. I pray for you not to live. I want you to die, just like you and your evil family did my baby girl, Hannah Hazel Gilly. Frankie Roden, Hannah Mae Roden, Chris Roden Jr., Dana Lynn Roden, Chris Roden Sr., Kenneth Roden, and Gary Roden. Life in prison is just too easy. You get free meals, free television, free living, when there are all kinds of kids starving to death. You are a waste of time and space on this earth. So much of the taxpayers' dollars wasted on your court hearings and a trial, while you sat there knowing you helped plotted, and carried out the killings of 8 people in one night. Excuse me, 7 rodents and 1 Gilly in one night. I still wait for her to come through my door, all the while answering questions from her son, wanting to know things about his mommy and his daddy, as well as Hannah Mae's little girl. Have you ever had to deal with things like that? No, George Wagner IV, you haven't, because you told your own son that your own mother was his mommy. How sick and twisted is the Wagner family. Thank God none of you didn't get to raise those kids to be adults, because those poor babies would have turned out like the devils you, George Wagner, and the rest of your family are. All I want is my baby girl, Hannah Hazel, and that I will never have. I only agreed to the state because I want all these older families to get justice on earth while they're still here, because of the fact that Gary's dad, Dana's dad, and my dad didn't get their justice while on this earth. This is the most monstrous act. Your cousin said it the best. That any family could have done to 3 different families and George Wagner IV. What have you won? What have you won after all you've done? Thank you to everyone that worked on this case. A special thanks to the jury for seeing the devils that George Wagner IV is. Thank you, John, Ryan, Alan, Angie, Rob, Andy, Cindy, and Amy, for all that you have done for my baby girl. And I thank you, Judge. And I pray, Judge Derry, that you see the true devil that George Wagner IV really is, and make him suffer with life in prison. Thank you.
Next will be Kendra Roden.
I mean, so much anger, such powerful emotions, so much heartbreak and feelings there as we listen to that. And with that, I'm joined this hour by criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira, along with retired homicide detective Dr. Ken Lang. Thank you both for being with me. Dr. Lang, I'm going to start with you. Marie and I were listening to this statement earlier in the show. What are you making of the emotion and anger that we are hearing from Hannah Gilley's parents?
You know, I started my law enforcement career, impact statements didn't exist. And I am so thankful that these moments are now allowed in court, because our courts systems in the past, I mean, most cases are never even brought to trial. And for those that do, 96, 97% of the cases are plea bargain. And the victim or the surviving families never really have an opportunity to address. And here to hear Hannah's mother react in this victim impact statement is, the raw emotion gives you a better sense of the impact of the loss that this family has suffered. And then at the end of it, she poses a very great question: what have you won? And in the end, he's going to go to jail. He's facing life without prison, possibly even the death penalty. And then, what has he won? Right? He didn't get custody, and so to see these moments play out in court, I think is really important for all of those people that are involved in this case.
And I think, Ken, what's most frustrating for some of these families is that as they are expressing their emotions, looking straight at George Wagner IV, George Wagner IV doesn't look like he's showing any type of remorse. So when you look at him, I mean, how is a judge going to look at that while he makes his decision on sentencing?
So remorse is an important thing, right? Was he sorry? I mean, but when we look at the facts of the case, my gosh, I mean, these victims were shot multiple times in the head. Hannah, or Frankie, is shot 3 times in the head, and she's shot 5 times in the face. And I mean, is there even a potential for remorse in this case? It's so calculated. It's so cold-hearted. I don't see where George could even have a turning point in this court proceeding to demonstrate any remorse and be genuine about it.
Now, Marie, we know that this family, they were very tight-knit. Whether it was a good time or a bad time, there was a family dynamic with this Wagner family. It began with their mother, Angela, of course, but we know that Billy, the father, and George Wagner, they both pleaded not guilty in this case. So Billy's going to start his trial in January, Marie. And when you look at George, who pleaded not guilty, how does that impact what could happen to the father?
I think the writing is on the wall for the father, because George said he was never even there, and the jurors did not buy his story. Between the wiretap, his behavior during, before, and after, they saw right through his lies. So I can imagine that the father is sitting there, saying, you know what, can I borrow your black vest? Because I'm going to be in court for a minute. That's what's happening. He's going to get convicted. And maybe they're even telling him, it's not too late to take a plea deal, because it's never too late to take a plea deal, no matter how close to trial we are. And he may be considering that.
Well, one thing in the new year I think that no one wants to see is George Wagner IV's black vest another time. But it is clear that the victims' families are not holding back here with their sentiments in court when it comes to George Wagner IV. So it will be interesting to see what the judge thinks of all of this as the sentencing is near. All right, we hope to learn more in a moment. We're going to take a quick break. More from Pike County in a moment. are the focus in Pike County right now, and this is for the sentencing hearing of George Wagner IV. In the end of November, he was found guilty on each of his 22 counts, including 8 counts of aggravated murder. Now, Wagner and his family are accused of killing 7 members of the Rodin family, along with Hannah Gilley, and this all over a child custody dispute. Now, keep in mind, his brother Jake and mother Angela both pleaded guilty, but George and his father Billy both pleaded not guilty. The trial for Billy will take place next month. For now, let's go back to that hearing.
She's the daughter of Kenneth Rodin.
As I stand here today, I know I should feel for peace. I should have peace because you have been found guilty on all 22 counts. I should feel relief that justice is being served. But there is no real justice, and peace is not a feeling I have. Hannah May was my peace, and because of you and your family, she is gone. 8 lives taken and so many more traumatized by the horrendous acts committed by the Wagner family. For months, I was riddled with questions of who and why. I tried to find solace in the belief that most of my family members died instantly from being shot in the head. Unfortunately, that was not true. When Simon found my father's lifeless body, the coroner stated my father died within minutes of being shot. Minutes, not seconds. So now I'm left wondering for how long did he remain conscious? Did he feel the pain? How long was he conscious for, knowing his death was imminent and there was nothing he could do? What went through his mind in those moments that I imagine felt like hours as he died alone? What about Hannah May as she lay next to her nursing infant? Did she die in fear, not knowing what would happen to her child? How long did she lie there helplessly, knowing she could do nothing to protect her infant from the evil that stormed through her home that night? The questions were accompanied by nightmares night after night. Lack of sleep drove me crazy. I felt I could not escape it. Every time I closed my eyes, I was taken back to that horrific moment I found out that my family was murdered and what I believe they went through. Screaming out in horror for Hannah to wake up and run as her attacker approaches, but nothing I'd done changed the outcome. Unfortunately, when I woke, I still could not escape the terror. It was and is still real. It wasn't just another terrifying dream. Sons and daughters left without their mothers and fathers, a mother grieving her son, a daughter-in-law, and her grandkids. Some whose lives was just beginning, one as young as 16 years old. I begged for anything to stop the never-ending pain and grief, to the point I nearly ended my own life in December of 2017. In 2018, I had my daughter. It should have been a moment filled with nothing but joy. Instead, it was filled with heartache, knowing my father would never hold my daughter. My daughter frequently asked to see Papa Kenny, a man she never got to meet. I am burdened with telling her she can't, and naturally she asks why. She sees me cry and holds on to me because I have no words to offer other than Papa Kenny lies with Jesus. She will never know his unconditional love. She will never get to hold his rough but gentle hands. She will never get to experience how Papa Kenny's strong embrace made the world melt away and made everything better. Now, as I plan for my wedding, I dread walking down the aisle because my father will not be walking with me or handing me over as a father should. I won't look over to the bridesmaids and see Hannah May as my maid of honor. I won't see Frankie in the crowd making some sort of commotion to make me laugh and calm my nerves. Christopher won't be there as the life of the party making a scene as his usual goofy self. Furthermore, I'm reminded that Hannah won't be there for her daughter's first heartbreak to comfort them. She won't be there to teach them and help them grow into the beautiful women they will be. Hannah will not be there to prepare them for their big days. She couldn't even be there for her youngest daughter's first steps. Frankie will not be there to teach his boys how to be men. He won't be there to share knowledge and prepare them for the hardships of the world. You see, 8 lives were taken in the most brutal of ways, but many more lives were stolen. You took moments that were no more yours to take than the life you and your family took. I am sorry you never got to know the unconditional love of a mother and father, but it does not excuse your participation in the grim murders your family committed as a whole. You yourself stated anyone who committed such a horrendous crime should be punished with death. My family and I are not asking for your demise, but I do ask that you receive the max penalty. It is not justice, but I believe in my heart it is the closest we can get.
friendly and.
Well, thank you, Your Honor, for letting us come up here. My first little statement is actually one that my son has written himself, a victim of the night, who is now since turned 10. There's a lot of things that he doesn't even want to discuss with me. There's a lot of things that he doesn't even come to me and talk to me about because he's scared. But he has written this himself and brought it to me. These are things that he hasn't even discussed with me, and he wanted George to know. Dear George, I find myself wondering why you killed my daddy. There are things that make me sad because I can't learn from him. He could have taught me stuff like working on derby cars and coon hunting. My mommy tries, but it's not as good as Daddy was. I have been scared since that night, knowing bad guys came into my house while I was sleeping. I am always scared now that I will lose my mommy. You did that to me. I just want you to know that I hate you and your family. These are the words of a 10-year-old boy. He gets to grow up without a dad. He doesn't have a dad. I couldn't imagine that. Your kid is only 6 months old, younger than mine. No, he doesn't have his dad. Just want to follow with my own little statement here. The impact death has on children can be difficult. They feel it, they understand it, no matter how old they are. For a child that has the parent murdered while they sleep in another room and being watched as they sleep is honestly, there's just no word for it. For him to tell me he watched his daddy's hand fall while he tried to wake him up because his baby brother screaming is traumatic itself. I don't know to this day what he has seen in that bedroom, and I think he has shut it out, or I at least pray that he has shut it out. But knowing that he has seen stuff hurts my heart so much. The sleepless nights, the panic attacks, and constant worry is so exhausting. You and your family did that, not thinking of that, though, when you made those choices to end multiple lives. You made decisions thinking it would make your life easier. How about a boy who's missed out on growing up with his brother? The one person who gets him in this mess misses out on those things. Did you know at the time there is no childhood therapists, trauma therapists, who cover Ohio's largest crime in or around Scioto County? As a single mom who was only 21 years old at the time, dealing with losing people so close to her, had to travel just to get her kid the care he needed, to have to be so strong. And just to have to be so strong for someone who is dealing with that was far more than I could ever imagine. You know what kept me going through? Knowing I had an amazing support system to keep me going, even though it bothered them too. Secretly, I know her heart breaks, and that is my mama. That is what a real mom does. They don't cower down and plot to kill an entire family because they don't get their way. My mother has loved every one of these rodents, including Hannah Hazel. They still treated us as family because you can have a civil relationship even if you're not together. I was always raised to love someone. I still love the father of my child. We were just better apart. It made the real thing that mattered happier, knowing his parents were happy together or apart. That's called healthy co-parenting. I look back now on the times I had to spend with you and your family afterwards. The times that you guys wanted to be so close to me, and now I get it. I felt so uncomfortable, but I wanted so bad for B to still have a relationship with the Soapy Suds, but I knew deep down I didn't ruin that. Jake told me I did, but I didn't ruin that. You and your family did. The moral of me getting up here, though, is to continue to show my baby how strong I am and will continue to be. This is his story, and I'm just living it. We may have been friends in the past, but for you to get up there on that stand and take an oath and still lie on me, excuse me, Honor, but I hope you burn in hell, George. I will say there's one thing I have learned is that God wants us to forgive, and maybe one day I will forgive you, but at this time I just can't. Thank you, Your Honor.
The grief and sadness just continue to take over that Pike County courtroom. And with that, Marie Pereira and Dr. Ken Lang are here with me this hour to break this down. If you're just joining us, we were just listening to victim impact statements. But the sentencing hearing concluded just a little while ago in court with George Wagner IV being sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Does anything about this sentence surprise you at all, Dr. Lang?
You know, no, not really. The actions. I mean, really, the actions in this case, the anger, the violence brought against these victims in this case is something that I've never seen before in my life, and to have George spend the rest of his life without the possibility of parole. In some ways can be justice, knowing that, one, he will never see the light of day again, but then in other instances, as some of the family members have articulated here, he really shouldn't have that opportunity as well. And so no, it doesn't surprise me that they went that route, but I know for some of the family members, this is not going to equate to justice or full justice as they had hoped.
Marie, what do you make of that sentence?
It doesn't surprise me, like Ken says, that they went that route, but after hearing the victim impact statements about how it impacts the children left behind, the heartbreaking description of wanting to find therapists for her son who's scared at night, who says, I'm afraid that the bad guys are going to come and get me, that she has to drive miles to get therapy for her son, is heartbreaking. What surprises me is that the DA went along with that plea bargain and agreed not to pursue the death penalty is what still surprises me. And even more so after hearing the victim impact statements that are heartbreaking, heart-wrenching to me. It's just, they should have never agreed to take the death penalty off the table, because if anyone deserves this death penalty, it is the people who are responsible for 8 murders and the carnage that's left behind.
By the way, he was also sentenced on counts of conspiracy, aggravated burglary, tampering with evidence, and those sentences range from 10 months to 8 years. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime. More to cover in a moment. back to Law and Crime. Victim impact statements are still the focus in Pike County right now, and this is for the sentencing hearing of George Wagner IV. Now, just a little while ago, they did announce his sentencing as life in prison without parole, but let's take you back inside court to hear from the victims' families once again.
Hello, my name is April Manley. I'm the wife of James Manley, brother of Dana Roden. As I stand here today, I realize I'm standing here for my father-in-law, Leonard. See, Leonard fought a short fight with liver cancer. All he wanted to do was be with his baby girl, Dana Roden, and make sure she was okay. For that reason, he wouldn't fight for his life. Leonard would tell us time and time again that he was sorry for leaving us, but he just couldn't walk this world without Dana any longer. He made me promise that I would see these trials through, that I would be at every court date. So here I stand today at the end of one of them. I don't only stand here for Leonard, but myself as well. You see, James Manley and I will be married 28 years this week. The Rodens are not just not. The Rodens are also my family, but in heart as well. I was the maid of honor at Dana and Chris's wedding. I was at the hospital at the births of Frankie, Hannah, and little Chris, or as I call them, Spanky, Hanny, and Monkey. I was also at the births of Frankie's boys, Hannah's girls. But due to Dana being a young mom and a full-time student and working full-time as an STNA from graduation until her death, I babysat Frankie, Hannah, and little Chris from the time they was born until they was old enough to stay by themselves. Even after they was old enough to look after themselves, I would still see them daily. That's why I refer to them as my babies. Then comes the morning of April 22nd, 2016, where all of our lives changed forever and will never be the same again. Not one, not two, but 8 family members were taken away from us. It was like the bottom fell out of my soul. Hundreds of people around me, but I felt like I walked this world alone. Weeks of being in denial, even after seeing them laying there in their coffins, looking at them saying, that's not my loved ones, they look nothing like them. Their faces so unrecognizable. Convincing myself they were just hiding for something and they was coming back home to us as soon as it was over, but they never came home. The Manley Rodens and Gillies have missed out on so much due to the Rodens being taken from us way too soon. So many holidays, birthdays, weddings, births, big celebrations were taken from us. It wasn't just my life affected by the tragedy, but also many others. My mother-in-law, Judy Manley, now walks this world without her daughter, her grandchildren, her son-in-law, our friends Kenneth and Gary, but now she also walks this world without her husband, Leonard. He just couldn't handle it, the pain any longer. To this day, my husband starts screaming, sis, in his sleep. It's the only thing he called Dana. My oldest son, who's a firefighter, says he has seen some gruesome things as a firefighter, but nothing will ever compare to seeing Frankie and Hannah laying there and all that blood. You see, Frankie wasn't only his cousin, that was his best friend. I watched my youngest son walk across the stage at his high school graduation with a picture of Hannah Mae pinned on his gown with a cap and tassel, so Hannah Mae could graduate with him like she was intended to do. Within the group of her fellow classmates sat an empty chair with Hannah's picture and her cap and her gown. My stepson was never afraid of the dark. He is now 15 years old and still won't go outside by himself after dark. He says they came in the dark and took them all away. Before that night, he was never afraid. My grandchildren will never meet their Aunt Dana, their Uncle Chris, their Uncle Kenneth, cousins Frankie, Hazel, Hannah, little Chris, or Gary. There's still many more family members that are missing out on the family lives because of the Wagners took it upon themselves to be the judge and the jury. They decided that my family's lives were to come to an end at their hands. My mother taught me to forgive and forget, but right now I can't follow that rule. The Wagners have taken so much from us that I just can't forgive right now. I don't know I ever will. And for that reason, I hope George Wagner spends the rest of his life in prison without seeing your loved ones for the rest of your life, just like you made sure we wouldn't see ours. I hope you feel the loneliness and the emptiness that we feel for the rest of your life. And I have one last wish for you, George. Since you and your family made sure you were the last ones to see our family alive, I hope every night when you close your eyes, you see them 8 faces, and I hope they haunt you for the rest of your life.
Ms. Kerr is going to read.
All right, as we continue to listen to these victim impact statements, we know that it's no holds barred. They are just letting it all out. And I'm wondering, though, Ken, how much the judge uses these to weigh into his sentence, if at all. What do you think, Doctor?
I think and know that the judges actually do, in some instances, will take and have some impact. But although they've already made up much of their mind in the sentencing, my experience has been that during the sentencing part, then they'll articulate some of these facts that have come out in the victim impact, such as, we're hearing today about what could have been like for Frankie's 3-year-old and the 6-month-old in the next room, and the aftermath that they would have experienced after discovering the parents shot and killed. And so I think some of that weighs on the judge, but I rarely see in instances where it will actually change the judge's mind in the sentence that they render.
Marie, is there anything George Wagner IV can do, by the way, for an appeal? What are his next steps?
Well, he's going to have his attorneys file an appeal on his behalf if he hasn't done so yet. And they're going to focus on every objection they made to preserve the right to appeal the objections and the findings of the judge and the rulings that they feel may have impacted their case negatively. And he's just going to keep his mouth shut, because at the end of the day, he may want to show remorse, but whatever remorse he may show could be used against him in the appeal. So he has to sort of stay quiet, even though he may be in his heart feeling like, okay, I did a horrible thing. He can't really show his game face because it may hurt him. I'm quite sure his attorneys told him, you know what, stay quiet, don't say anything, because we still have an appeal and we don't want you to look like a guilty man asking for a change in the verdict based on an appeal.
And that sentencing hearing, if you're just joining us, it is life in prison without parole for George Wagner IV. All right, we're going to take a quick break now, but don't go anywhere. We're going to shift our focus next and talk about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's defamation case. There is an update to that. Stay with us. right now we turn our attention to our star-studded trial from over the summer, and that's the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation case. And if you don't recall, Johnny Depp was awarded over $10 million in June, and Amber Heard was awarded $2 million in her countersuit. The lawsuit stemmed from a 2018 op-ed written by Heard and published in the Washington Post, where she outlined domestic abuse during her marriage with the Pirates of the Caribbean star. Well, today, Amber Heard announced that she decided to settle her defamation case against her ex-husband. Sources familiar with the settlement tell us that Heard agreed to pay Depp $1 million. Now, in an Instagram post, she said, quote, "It's important for me to say that I never chose this. I defended my truth, and in doing so, my life as I knew was destroyed." And with that, I bring in my panel to discuss this. Ken Lang, Marie Pereira, they've been here with me. So the question here is this: will Johnny Depp get the rest of his settlement? What do you think, Dr. Ken Lang?
Probably not. For him, I think it's much of this is the principle of the matter. He, I just don't see where she is going to be able. Amber's going to be able to pay out this money. She had lost it on the first in all the trial that we had. She did not present well in that trial, and I think that she's had some time to sit back, look at the reality of the situation, and then go forward with this settlement. So no, I don't think Johnny's going to be seeing any more money than what's been agreed upon here.
Marie, what about Amber Heard? Does the $2 million she is owed come out of the $10 million plus she owes?
Probably so, because if for some reason there's money left over and she owes that money, she can't come back and say, I don't have it, because you were paid that money. If in fact they exchange monies between them. But maybe they didn't, with an eye towards mitigating and settling this situation. Maybe they just called it like splits. You gave me 2. You agreed now that I owe you 1. So let's just end this. And I think that's what's happening. They both decided to end it. And Amber is laying a ground to say I'm broke, which is why she probably called the paparazzis to see her shopping at TJ Maxx.
Well, if you ask Johnny Depp, though, I mean, this is all coming after the case. Johnny Depp said it's not about the money. It's really about his reputation, and this is what this whole trial was about. Do you think Johnny Depp really cares about the money? Ken, what do you think?
It's hard for somebody like me to even fathom the money that Johnny Depp has from his successes as a Hollywood star, and I don't really think the money is the issue. I do think the reputation is the issue, because once you've tarnished that reputation, it's hard to recover from that. And if he develops a reputation that he can't recover from, that can certainly affect his ability to make money in the future.
Well, Johnny Depp certainly looks graceful coming out of this, now saying that, it wasn't about the money. But Marie, for Amber Heard, will we see anything else come out of this case after all of this? I mean, is she going to be up to something else, you think?
You know what? I think time heals all wounds, and like anything else, Amber Heard is going to be out of the public light. If she just lays low, maybe engages in some activities that make her look like a nice person, that take away that mean woman tarnished image that was painted on her and it's still remaining, maybe the public will forgive her. Maybe they will say, you know what? Let's give Amber a break. Although by her not admitting to any wrongdoing, it's not really setting the stage for forgiveness, because in her IG statement, she said, I spoke my truth. When the jurors have spoken, we didn't believe your truth. We believe you lied. All the injuries you claim you suffered at the hands of Johnny, you had no receipts for, no photographs, and you embellished your story for financial gain, and you just wanted to ruin him. If she had showed some, I'm sorry about what happened, let's just move on, it would end quicker for her. The hate that's being struck upon her image would end quicker if she would just say, look, I give up. I was wrong. Let's just get rid of this situation.
Well, Marie, I know you're into the Hollywood scene here. How do you think this will affect each of their acting careers? Do you think we will see any of them in any big films in the upcoming years?
I think there's more hope for Johnny than there is for Amber, because Johnny's got the music thing going on. He still has that fly hair and all eclectic, all the jewelry. He's still got it going on. The public love him. Did you see? Even the reporters couldn't get inside the courthouse. There were so many people waiting to see him. That love hasn't ended. There's hope for Johnny, not so much for Amber, unless she admits to some wrongdoing. And based on that tweet that's talking about truth, her truth, that she spoke and they punish her for it, it's not going to happen for her. She has to show some sort of remorse and some accountability, and she's not doing that. She never came up with the pictures to show all the injuries, and I don't think the public is going to forgive her unless she comes clean about that.
But I do want to point out one thing, though, Ken. Johnny Depp's music career isn't really quite like his film career. Do you think at this point in his life he cares more about the fame, or he cares more about just having his life back and doing what he loves?
I sense from Johnny that he really cares about the art of creating and producing and just being able to reach out to his fans. And so, reaching out through the music venue is a different way to reach out. But yeah, I mean, really, his talents really fall in his ability to act. And I see him in the future doing more with that. If not on the acting scene, certainly he can transition into the production scene and start supporting upcoming actors in their productions and whatnot like that. Amber, she could very well take those same turns, but you have to wonder, is she going to come out with this like follow-up book on her truths and still try to convey the story, or is she going to become remorseful, own up to her faults, and then maybe take a positive turn to try to maintain, if not sustain, a little bit of what's left of her career?
Well, Amber Heard apparently says that now she just wants to move forward and focus on her family. She has a daughter, so it'll be interesting to see if her Hollywood career will be revived, if at all. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime, but we have so much more trial coverage ahead of us, so stay with us. A lot of analysis is on the way. We'll be right back. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Yu. Thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. Our attention today is on the sentencing hearing of George Wagner IV. A little while ago, they did announce his sentencing as life in prison without parole. But let's take you back inside to court and hear more from the victims' families once again.
I'm Wayne's baby sister, the aunt of Frankie, Hannah, and Chris Jr. I'm here speaking on behalf of them and the other lives that you took from us. I have many feelings, but the strong one is grief. On April 22nd, 2016, you changed my life and many other lives. You came like thieves in the night and took my family from us. It is not fair what you did. There is no real explanation what you did or why. Since that day, you have shown no remorse. You have sat there and laughed, smirked, and mocked my family, all while lying and saying that you had nothing to do with it. You're a coward, and you're not worth oxygen you're wasting right now. Sadly, with the death penalty off the table, I can only hope that they lock you up for the rest of your miserable life. I can't believe you have the audacity to sit there and act like you didn't do this. It disgusts me that you're allowed to exist. It disgusts me that you're allowed to breathe the same air that I am breathing. That's enough about you, because this day is not about you. This day is about my family and the people you have hurt and traumatized. This day is about Chris Jr., who was only 16 years old, and because of you and your family, he will forever be 16 years old. Today is about Hannah Mae, who was only 19 years old. Frankie and Hannah Gilly, who will never get to watch their children grow up, but neither will you. Your child will remember nothing about you except that you're a monster and a murderer. They were just babies and had hardly started their lives. Now, we will never know who they may have become. This day isn't about you. This day is about my sister, Dana Roden, and getting justice for her and her family. You only murdered Chris Roden and Gary Roden and Kenneth Roden because you are a coward and you know they would retaliate. They were all completely innocent and hadn't done anything to you or your family. There's a special place in hell for you and your entire family. I hope your life is long and miserable. I hope you think of my family and what you have done every day for the rest of your miserable existence.
Your Honor, Ms. Kerr is going to now read a statement from Ruth Roden.
Ruth Roden, victim impact statement. I would like you to know that you killed more than 8 people. Kenny, Gary's father, literally grieved himself to death over the murder of his son and the others in the family. Gary was a good-hearted person, and he would give you the shirt off of his back. He never missed his father's birthday or mine. He made it to every holiday. I truly feel that you did so much more of these crimes and that you're just not admitting to them. Today, December 19th, is Gary's birthday. He would have been 45 years old. I ask for justice for Gary and the other members in this family. Thank you.
Kayla.
My name's Kayla, and I am the niece to Chris, Kenneth, and Dana, and a cousin to Gary, Hannah Mae, Hannah Hazel, Frankie, and little Christopher. This is not a victim impact statement for myself or the rest of my family. This is a plea that you sentence this man to the maximum penalty for all charges. George may not have shot anyone as it was told or an attempt to lessen his role, but he was still there with the intent to kill at least one victim. He helped plan this, he helped in executing it, and then he helped in trying to cover it up. He helped hand a death sentence to all 8 victims, and then he helped
I'm sorry, but Your Honor, this isn't just about these 8 victims whose lives were taken. This is also about 4 children. 4 children whose lives were torn apart because of this man and his actions. Brittany must live with the fact that he woke up to find his daddy and soon-to-be stepmommy dead. He had to see his baby brother covered in blood. We don't know what would have happened had he woke up while 3 men were in his home, and we thank God every day that he didn't. But Brittany at least has his mommy, who can be both parents. But he will forever have a part of him that will never heal from this, because he will never have his father or his close family again. Ruger will never know what it was like to have both parents, and he was so young that he will never remember them or remember the love that they had for him. That's the same for Kylie. She will never know her mother's love or the possibility of having a father who chose to be that to her. Lastly, Sophia must grow up living with the fact that not only was her family murdered, but they were murdered supposedly because of her, and that it was her father and his family who had done it. See, all of us in the Rodin, Manley, and Gilly families try to make life as normal as we can for them, and we try to show them that they are loved. So I ask you, Your Honor, to please sentence this man to the maximum penalty possible, because he sentenced 8 people to death and 4 children to a life sentence of pain and suffering. He does not deserve freedom outside the walls of a prison cell. Thank you.
I'm Lisa Kristen Kenneth Sneese. Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak on behalf of my family today. I will continue to be their voice and will be relentless in making sure justice is served. I am not only here to make an impact statement, but to appeal to you, Your Honor, to give George Wagner life without the possibility of parole. Growing up, our parents tell us monsters do not exist. But I had come to know that as a lie in my adult life. Make no mistake about it, George. You want to betray an innocent act and act like you were distant from your family, but the hard truth is, you are one and the same heartless monster who helped brutally murder 8 people and never once backed out or reached out to stop the cruel act before it happened. It's hard to truly convey the impact of something of this magnitude. There are so many moments that have made an impact on me greatly over the last 8 years, 6 years, sorry. But a few of those moments are very painful moments that I will forever remember vividly. Going into a funeral home and seeing 8 caskets lying along the wall of our loved ones, walking into that room with my family, hearing the screams from my mothers, my aunt, and my uncles while trying to hold them up because their legs gave away. I think everyone in that room felt their pain and would have done anything to take it away. That night, when it came time to say our final goodbyes and close the caskets, I'm sure our screams and sobs were heard from outside. As we had to be pulled away from that room, my grandmother, bearing 2 children and 3 grandchildren, no one should ever have that burden and pain. 6 years and 8 months later, we still have these unbearable moments where we feel like we can just break, knowing the callous way they were taken from us. If this is not enough to convince someone George is a cold-hearted monster who deserves to never leave prison, he stood outside my 16-year-old cousin's door, waiting for his brother to go in and assassinate my little cousin. Little Chris went to bed on April 21st to get ready for school the next day, and he would never wake again. He would never wake again. This cold-hearted, barbaric man
who said Hannah Mae was a baby sister, stood by while his brother went into her room and murdered her while her newborn baby girl lay beside her. He stood in my cousin Frankie's trailer again, supposedly his friend, while his brother slaughtered my cousin and his fiance while their baby lay between them. And Frankie's little boy lay sleeping on the couch. His son, who was 3 at the time, would be the one who would go into Frankie's room to see his daddy, and his daddy's fiance covered in blood. And they wouldn't wake up. This is a scene of utter devastation that no one should ever have to witness, let alone a 3-year-old child. 4 children without parents, 3 parents who are forever missing birthdays, holidays, and milestones with their children. Ruger, who is without both parents. Was too young to know how much he was really loved by his parents. Kylie, who will never get to experience her mother's love. Brentley, who deserved his father's guidance and love throughout his life. Sophia, who would not only lose her mommy on April 22nd, but she lost all of her immediate family. And then on November the 13th, 2018, she lost her dad's side of her immediate family. Regardless of the monsters they are, she still had a bond. The devastation and impact will forever weigh heavy on her for the rest of her life. I've tried to wrap my head around why my family was given death sentences, but nothing will justify the why. My cousin, Hannah Mae, was given a death sentence because she was a strong-willed mother who wanted to raise her daughter and continue to grow her family outside the Wagner's control. My cousin Gary, Hannah Hazel, little Chris, and my Aunt Nina was given a death sentence for just simply being there. My cousin Frankie, my Uncle Chris, and my Uncle Kenneth were given a death sentence for being the protectors of our family. It's sickening to think this is what caused the tragic loss of 8 people. George Wagner made the decision, and as a result of his actions, 8 lives were senselessly lost.
What I got away from some of those victim impact statements is a monster and a murderer. As we just heard, that sums up what the victims' families think of George Wagner IV. He will be sentenced to life in prison without parole. That happened just a little while ago. So let's continue to talk about this development as Marie Pereira and Dr. Ken Lang are back with me for another hour. Marie, as you know, this trial started back in July. Was there ever any doubt that this would be the sentencing for a man found guilty of 8 counts of aggravated murder?
In my mind, there was never any doubt that the judge would sentence him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He's allowed his due process, and he's allowed to have this hearing. However, it was a no-brainer. What he did, like one of the surviving family members said, he deserves a long and miserable sentence because the impact of what he did is eternal, not to just the adults, the children. I think it was very well said by that last impact witness. Long, miserable, eternal, unforgivable betrayal, disgust, and disbelief that such evil exists in this world.
And Dr. Lang, do you think it matters to the jury or judge if George Wagner IV was the one who actually pulled the trigger in these murders or not?
No, I really don't. He had his role that he played in this massacre, and it's frightening to even think that a family member can devise up such violence and rise up and come against you just because of the want and desire to have care and custody over a child. I don't see where it matters if he pulled the trigger or not. To sit down and calculate. This is cold. It's calculated. It's methodical to go through each of those trailers out in that property in the middle of rural Ohio and do what they did is just unconscionable.
And we are leading up to that sentencing here, and we're going to show you that in a moment. We're going to have to take a quick break here on Law and Crime, but we're going to get to it soon on the other side of the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Law and Crime. Our attention today is on the sentencing hearing of George Wagner IV. A little while ago, they did announce his sentencing as life in prison without parole. But before we get to that, I want us to take a look at some very emotional impact statements from the victims' families. Take a look.
He is just as guilty and should be held just as accountable. He is just the coward who made our family sit through a horrific trial when he knows the devastation that he helped create. No amount of justice given in this court will come close to what is deserved. But this man deserves nothing less than to spend the rest of his life in prison. This man and his family has confined our family to our own personal hell that we have to fight to get through every day. So it's only just that George is confined to a prison cell for the rest of his life. George,
I hope that my family haunts your dreams at night, just like they do ours. I also hope there are days where you miss your family and son so much, you literally feel like you could die from the pain, because that is what our family deals with. I pray, George, that this court and the prison you are sent to show you the same mercy that you showed my family. The day you take your last breath, you will face your Maker, and I pray they have no mercy on your soul. But on that day, I will finally have a little bit of peace.
My name is Tony Roden. I come here today to talk about my family and the memories that I have of them. First of all, I would like to thank the court and the state of Ohio for giving me the opportunity to do so as a victim. I lost two brothers, Chris Roden Sr., Kenneth Roden. I also lost a niece, Hannah Roden. I also lost two nephews, Frankie Roden, Chris Roden Jr. I also lost a cousin, Gary Roden. I also lost a sister-in-law, Dana Roden Manley. I also lost my nephew Frankie's fiancée, Hannah Hazel Gill. My brother Chris, my mom's son, as a boy, he always had a lot of questions, just about things like, Tony, why does the chicken have two legs? Or, Tony, why does the water flow that way? He loved playing in the creek. When in the creek, we would get up, Chris and I and my other brothers, Stephen and Kenneth, would build small toy boats. We'd use whatever we could find. And we'd have boat races. I would let them win sometimes. 3 of them, 1 of me. We would take 5-gallon buckets and get behind skunks that was in our garden. Sneak, put the buckets on them. Catch them. So catching them in buckets, but not thinking about how to get the lids off of the buckets without getting sprayed. So we would turn them loose. To this day, I do not know how we didn't get sprayed. Chris hated school. As a young boy, I would have to chase him down and carry him to the bus. We all would wait for the bus to pull up the lane. Then, when it would, he would run across the cornfield. But later, as a teenager, he began to like school a little better. But still didn't want to be there. He could go 3 days a week and still was able to get straight A's. He could not wait to get a job and make money. I always admired his ability to watch and learn. Him and I and Robin, our boss, and a gentleman by the name of that we called Paul. Paul was 70 years old at the time. We built a playground, a pirate ship, just from us 4 getting together and talking. Chris always had the ability to look at a project and bring it to life. I love that about him. Chris got married and had 3 kids. He loved them. Was a big softie when it came to them, and I would talk about parenting with him a lot. Chris loved to work. He loved spending time with his family. He was very soft-spoken. People would ask me often, Tony, does your brother Chris ever talk? I would reply, that's his nature. If Chris could help someone, he would. No matter if he knew them or not, he would help. We would talk about fireworks a lot. He loved fireworks. Chris would always do research on fireworks and keep me up to date. I believe he got that from our dad, which also loved fireworks. I have so many memories of my brother Chris, that I wish I could put them all down on paper. So whoever hears this today could see through my memories how my brother Chris really was. Caring, gracious, loving, family man, and kind. He taught me a lot, and I hope I was able to do the same for him. His life cut short by selfish acts of others. My brother Kenneth, my mom's son. As a young boy, he would always hang out with me and my other brothers, Chris, Stephen, and Brady. We would have mud fights in the creek, but when we got in trouble for doing that, Kenneth somehow got less punishment. For it, he always would have that innocent look about him. As a young boy and a teenager, he was a hard worker, loved old cars and old trucks, even at a young age. Loved his family, and he always showed it. When he married, he adopted 2 kids, loved them as his own. True love, he always had a way of showing them. I always admired that about him, the love he had for his kids, and not just his kids, all kids. I always felt I was the lucky one to be able to work with him and just see how, as a hard worker, he really was. A gracious, kind, caring, loving man. So many memories of him make me very sad. When I think of him, he had so much to offer other ones. His love for other people, all cut short by selfish acts of others. My niece Hannah, at a young age, her toys were hers. But if she liked you, then you could touch them, then play with them. When she became a little older, she would tag along with her brothers, Frankie and Christopher, come to my house to play pool with my kids. I had to be a referee in those games quite often. At a young age, she had 2 kids of her own. Right from the first one, you could see the love and caring she had in her for her kid. A true love from your mother touches the heart. She had that. Her children will not get to experience that from their true mother. My mom's granddaughter, her life cut short by selfish acts of others. My nephew Frankie, as a young kid, he would get into everything. When times at my house, he would want to touch whatever he could. I would tell him, leave that alone or I will cut your ears off. He loved the outdoors, loved to hunt. We would talk about it often. I miss those conversations. He had 2 children. Of them, a loving dad was becoming a good worker. His children were not to get experience the true love of their dad, my mom's grandson. His life cut short by selfish acts of others. My nephew Christopher, I like to refer to him as Little Chris. When little, he would walk around with his belly hanging out, his shirt. I would tell him, pull your shirt up. He would, but then that belly would pop right back out. If it had a motor on it, he was on it. He loved riding motors. One time my boss at work let him take a brand new Reaper. They were like small Jeeps for a test ride. My boss told him, do not go off the main road in the campground. Did he listen? Nope. Went trail riding and found the biggest mud hole he could and buried that Reaper in it. Well, guess what? Guess who got the phone call? Uncle Tony, he says. What are you doing? I say, house chores. He says, drop that and come get me. I am stuck in a mud hole. So we talked a bit, so I leave to get him out of the mud hole. When I arrived, He and his friend Tyler.
So we are getting closer to the hearing here, the sentencing hearing here. But before we show you that, I am wondering what the judge is thinking as he sat through all of these victim impact statements. Dr. Lang, what do you think?
Yeah, so the judges are, at this point, usually have already decided on what they're going to say during the sentencing, and they will cherry pick some of the information that they have listened to in these impact statements and use them just to reiterate what pretty much they have already decided. And so, in this case, I think we already know that he's getting life without parole. And so, I mean, really, the information is this moment is really a moment for the survivors and for them to just let the court know how much it's impacted. And you could even see from the coverage that the sharing of the grief and the different emotions amongst the family members is just astounding. And then to see George sitting there completely unaffected by any of this is also just as astounding.
Yeah, I mean, Marie, the judge is human too, as he's sitting there listening to all this. I mean, if he wasn't thinking of the max punishment, would he have been after hearing all this?
Like Ken said, he's a person just like anyone else, even though he wears a robe and he yields a lot of power with his decisions. I don't think that there was ever a moment that the judge did not consider life in prison without a possibility of parole, based on all the evidence that was presented here. I think that the last victim impact statement was more like a eulogy. And I thought it was very, very different from the rest of them because this person really tried to humanize the victims. Because at one point they tried to just make it look like, this was just like a drug dealer, marijuana growing, lawless person with a bunch of family members who really didn't matter. That was part of the defense's theory. Oh, they were killed by Colombian drug dealers and what have you. And this person really put a face, he put humor in it, and he really made, if people didn't know, understand these were people with blood running through their veins, with people who loved them. They each had their own personalities, and I think it was very, very touching and necessary.
Well, Marie and Ken, ladies and gentlemen who are watching, the moment is finally happening, coming up soon. The sentencing, we're going to see it all go down right after this. welcome back to Law and Crime. Our attention today is on the sentencing hearing of George Wagner IV. And as we've been telling you, they did announce his sentencing about an hour ago, as he will face life in prison without parole. The moment has finally come for us to take a look at that all go down in court with our very own eyes. So now we're going to hear from another victim impact statement and then get to that anticipated sentencing. It's worth the wait, everyone. Take a look.
Had that rooster buried so bad, you could barely see the seats. Took me a while to get it out. After that, I believe my boss had to sell it as a used one. Mud stains was not coming out. Little Chris gets his driver's license. Hitting me up for gas money. Gosh, anybody that has got their license for the first time knows that feeling. That feeling of freedom, hanging out with friends, driving around, and listening to music. My mom's grandson, his life cut short by selfish acts of others. My cousin Gary, my mom's nephew. As a kid, he would put rocks in my boots because he thought it was funny. As he got older, he liked pestering people. He knew if he pestered you enough, he would get a laugh out of you. He would always help people. I would be working with him. We would stop at store to get something to drink. I'd say, Gary, go in and get us something to drink, and he would. But he also bought lottery tickets out of my money. Loved his family. His life cut short by selfish acts of others. My sister-in-law, Dan, my mom's daughter-in-law, always spoke her mind. She would come to my house and tell me what I needed to do at my own house. When she walked in a room with other people in it, she would always have people laughing. She loved people, and it showed. She loved her family, would do anything for them. Her life cut short by selfish acts of others. Also, my nephew Frankie's fiance, Hannah Hazel Gilly, just started their lives together. A very nice, respectful person. I always like to refer to her as Little Hannah. She told me that was fine if I did that. She could tell, I could tell, that she was going to be a good mother to her newborn that she just had. Her life cut short by selfish acts of others. I had talked about each one of my family members a little bit, but to really know who they was as a person, we would have to talk about all the memories of them all. Now I would like to tell a story that is true to its core. On November the 13th, 2018, there was an arrest in the murders of my family the same year around Christmas time. My sister Wilma played phone tag back and forth, trying to get the authorities to let Sophia and Bullvine spend Christmas dinner at our family. So it happened, and all the kids just loved him. And at this Christmas dinner, our mom was handing out presents to her younger grandchildren and her great-grandchildren. So they all filing through, sitting on Mom's lap as she hands their present to them. Pictures were being taken. And then Bullvine's name is called. He walks up to Mom, she puts him on her lap. She hands him the present. Pictures are taken. She puts him down and gives him a hug. I am sitting in the kitchen crying as I watch. Bullvine is no relation to our family, but he is the defendant's son. True love, that's what was showed that Christmas dinner. It was embedded by our mom to all of her kids. We all have it in us. Chris taught it to his kids, it showed. Kenneth taught it to his, and it still shows true love. I'd like to read this statement from my mom. Geneva Road. George Wagner, you are still breathing. My two sons are not breathing. My grandchildren are not breathing. They are all children left behind. I'd just like to see some justice. Thank you, Your Honor.
Does the state have anything further to present with regard to sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to present something today?
Judge, just a brief argument. Judge, as the court is very much aware, we filed a sentencing memorandum. I'm sure the court has reviewed. We won't repeat the arguments made there. With respect to the actual sentence itself, we would suggest and argue that the aggravated burglary and tampering with evidence charges merge with the aggravated murders. And ask the court to take that into consideration in sentencing. The only other thing, my client obviously has a right to say anything he wants. In discussing this with him, he's not going to make a statement. The court heard his testimony. He maintains his innocence. And we would simply ask that at the appropriate time, the court appoint appellate counsel and waive fines and costs based on his indigent status. When they file, file a poverty affidavit with the motion for appointment of counsel, which applies to the costs and fines. Thank you.
But you indicated that you felt what merged?
The aggravated burglaries associated with the aggravated murders, and I believe the court instructed the alternative of tampering with evidence when the jury was considering the aggravated burglaries and murders as an alternative of tampering with evidence. So we think, based on the facts and the jury's verdict, that those counts.
What the state wishes to respond to the statement of the defense counsel's statement concerning the merger of any of the offenses?
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm unclear what basis. They've not stated a legal reason why they believe it merges, but it absolutely does not merge. The tampering with evidence and aggravated burglary would not merge. There's no legal rationale for that. And what else?
It was that the aggravated burglaries took place with the purpose to commit aggravated murder.
All right, the sentencing is finally coming up, I promise you, but we have to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. The sentencing hearing for George Wagner IV is coming to a close, and we've heard from several victim impact statements today. And after it was all said and done, the judge had sentenced George Wagner IV to life in prison without parole. We are finally at the sentencing portion of the hearing now. To check it out.
Instruction, and so that's what we're facing.
Still separate crimes and still committed with separate animus, so.
Mr. Wagner, is there any reason that you want to state as to why sentence should not be pronounced and imposed immediately in this matter?
No.
Is there anything that you wish to say on your own behalf or any information you wish to provide in mitigation of punishment?
No.
Prior to imposing sentence, the court wishes to make just 2 or 3 observations here. First of all, no sentence that the court may impose in this case would right the wrong that has been inflicted upon the victims and their families. Murder is an irreversible act. And although time may alleviate the pain of loss, it has not, obviously, at this point, and may never, but although it might at some point, it will not and cannot restore to the victims' families what was and what might have been had the lives of their loved ones not been unlawfully taken and cruelly taken on that night in April 2016. The court does find that these murders do constitute the worst form of the offense. They involve invasion of the victims' homes. In 3 of the cases, invasion of their bedrooms or sleeping areas, places where the families, the persons involved, the victims involved had lain down to sleep. In 2 of the homes, from the evidence, victims had infants in the bedrooms with them at the time. The invasions at 3 of the locations appear to have been calculated to find the victims in bed, asleep. In fact, some, by the evidence, were apparently asleep. The court's sentences and the process for imposing sentences, referred to somewhat by counsel here, are governed by law and the statutes that apply. And I want to sort of outline some of this, although it was done so in somewhat on the oral arguments here. Of course, both sides have filed sentencing memorandum. The court is to be guided by what's referred to in the statute 292911 as overriding purposes of felony sentencing. There are 3 of those named there. One of them is to protect the public from future crime by the offender and others. Another is to punish the offender. And a third is to promote the effective rehabilitation of the offender using the minimum sanctions that the court determines accomplish those purposes without imposing an unnecessary burden on state or local government resources. That's statutory language. It also says to achieve these purposes, the sentencing court shall consider the need for incapacitating the offender, deterring the offender and others from future crime, rehabilitating the offender, and making restitution to the victim of the offense, the public, or both. The sentence to be imposed, this again is statutory language, the sentence to be imposed for a felony shall be reasonably calculated to achieve the 3 overriding purposes of felony sentencing. And then it's commensurate with and not demeaning to the...
All right, Maria and Dr. Ken, we're finally in the sentencing portion. I know there will always be a piece missing in the hearts of these families, but how much satisfaction and justice do the victims' families get out of hearing this, Dr. Ken?
You know, well, it depends on, what they define as justice. as the judge pointed out, there's no way to bring back the loss. The loss is the magnitude of loss in this case is immeasurable. And I think in this case, it's not going to be. They're not going to be able to bring back or bring a justice that is answerable for the crimes that were committed here.
Marie, what are your final thoughts to this case as the show comes to an end?
I think Ken is right. The magnitude of the loss is immeasurable. And I think what the judge is saying that, you premeditated this. It was heinous. It was an assassination via an invasion of people in the sanctuary of their homes while asleep. There is no mitigation for that. And I think the judge did the most he could, given the fact that prosecution chose not to pursue the death penalty, which I believe they should have in this case.
Well, Dr. Ken, if you are Billy Wagner, the father of George Wagner IV, who is going to be on trial in January, what are you thinking now after seeing this go down?
After seeing this go down, I'd be highly concerned because the facts of this case have dictated, and the jury has spoken, that these actions are not tolerable, and the case that is placed against him is very well probably going to yield a guilty finding.
All right. Well, Dr. Ken and Marie, thank you so much. Don't go anywhere because the sentencing is happening right after this. Stay with us. You're watching Law and Crime.
seriousness of the offender's conduct and its impact upon the victim, in this case victims, multiple victims, and consistent with sentences imposed for similar crimes committed by similar offenders. And of course, the court is not to base its sentence upon considerations of race or ethnic background, gender, or religion of the offender. That's all statutory directions to the courts. And it goes on to say in the next section of law, 29.29.12, that unless required by section 29.29.13 or 29.29.14 of the revised code, the court that imposes sentence under this chapter upon the offender for a felony has discretion to determine the most effective way to comply with the purposes and principles sentencing set forth in 29.29.11 of the revised code. Now, of course, that discretion that the court has in sentencing is limited when mandatory terms are or a sentence of imprisonment is required by law, and as it is in this case. It says that in exercising the discretion, the court is directed to do certain things, to consider the factors set forth in the statute relating to the seriousness of the conduct and factors relating to the likelihood that of the offender's recidivism. In other words, the likelihood that the offender will commit future crimes. And also, of course, if there's been military service, the court is to consider that. That's not applicable in this case. In addition, the court may consider other factors as well. So, and the attorneys addressed some of these in oral argument and some in the written memorandum, but some of the factors are set out in the statute that the court is to consider as indicating that the offender's conduct is more serious than conduct normally constituting the offense. And one of those factors is the physical or mental injury suffered by the victims due to the conduct of the offender was exacerbated because of the physical or mental condition or age of the victims. All of the victims in this case were relatively young. 4 were 20 or younger, I believe, and 2 were teenagers. One was a minor. The oldest, I think, was 44 years of age. And as far as their physical condition is concerned, 6 of the victims, I believe, had lain down to go to sleep, and some were actually, I believe, by the evidence, asleep when they were shot, or at least the evidence indicated that. Another factor is that the victim of the offense suffered serious physical, psychological, or economic harm as a result of the offense. In this case, of course, the victims suffered death, all 8 of them. Some of the factors set forth here as indicating the conduct is more serious do not apply. One, though, is that the offender's relationship, this one does apply in the court's opinion, the offender's relationship with the victims facilitated the offense. In this case, they weren't total strangers to each other. The defendant had knowledge of several of the victims, if not all of them, knew something of where they lived, some of their living habits and so forth, and which did facilitate the commission of the crime and could have also added confidence to the preparation, to the defendant's preparation of the crime, knowing where different security cameras were, things like that. So those considerations, considering those things, the court does find that the conduct of the defendant was more serious than conduct normally constituting the offense, although aggravated murder is always serious, regardless of the facts. And there are some considerations also set forth in the statute that the court is to consider as indicating that the defendant's conduct is less serious and the conduct normally constituting the offense. The court finds actually that none of those apply in this case, but considering the factors, one can kind of contrast some of the facts in the present case. One of the factors, for example, is whether the victim whether the victim induced or facilitated the offense, or that there was provocation, that the offender was acting under provocation, or that the offender did not cause or expect to cause physical harm. We'll contrast the circumstances here. We had some people were killed because they were there. Some people were killed because it was anticipated that they might retaliate if, this is by the evidence presented at the trial, they might retaliate because some of their family members had been unlawfully killed. And as far as whether the offender did not expect to cause physical harm, the jury found that these were calculated killings. So not only was, and of course part of the crime was purposeful killing, so not only was it anticipated that harm would be caused, but it was planned that harm would be caused, death would be caused. And finally, there are substantial grounds, whether there are substantial grounds to mitigate the offender's conduct. And there's no indication of that here. The defendant, of course, testified he wasn't there, but others, the co-defendants testified that he was there and participated, and certainly there was no effort made to stop the crimes from taking place. In fact, by the testimony of the co-defendants, the defendant here was a willful planner and willful participant in the crimes. The court is also to consider factors regarding the offender concerning whether, as indicating whether the defendant is likely to commit future crimes. And when you look at those, there's no indication of any prior, at least serious convictions of crime, no findings of delinquency. Those are set forth, those are some of the considerations. There's no indication of serious drug use, pattern of drug use or alcohol use here. But number 5 on this part of the section is whether the offender shows any remorse for the offense. And the court, quite frankly, finds that the defendant has shown no remorse, just denial, in which the jury, of course, did not believe in rendering its verdict. And finally, the court is to consider certain factors as indicating whether the offender is not likely to commit future crimes. And again, we have whether he's been adjudicated, the offender has been adjudicated a delinquent child. That's not, we have no evidence of that. Whether he's been convicted or pled guilty to other criminal offenses, and there's no indication of that. But the third says whether the offender has lived a law-abiding life for a significant number of years. And there's quite a bit of indication in the defendant's testimony himself that he did not live he was not living a law-abiding life. There were several crimes undetected and certainly unprosecuted that he has acknowledged in his testimony that he had committed. Also, a consideration is whether the offense was committed under circumstances not likely to recur. Well, the court can't make a finding like that because the circumstances here involve family relationships, which if the defendant went on with his life out of prison, he undoubtedly would develop other relationships with other people. And whenever you have those type of relationships, family relationships, you have family disagreements, the old suspicions, the old disagreements, and maybe this way of settling those matters could reoccur. So the court can't find these circumstances are not likely to recur. The fifth finding here that the court is, or the factor is that the offender shows genuine remorse for the offense, and again, the court finds that no remorse has been shown, only denial. And again, the jury did not believe the denial. The court's also to consider, as I indicated, military service where applicable, and that's not here. So the court's considered all of these factors that the court's required to consider, and is ready to impose sentence. So, Mr. Wagner, I'll ask you to stand at this point. On count one of the indictment for the offense of aggravated murder in violation of section 2903.01A of the revised code, the victim of that offense being Kenneth Roden, the court hereby sentences you to serve a mandatory term of life imprisonment without parole. Upon count two of the indictment, the victim of the offense being Chris Roden Sr., and again, the charge is aggravated murder, and I've given the section number. In fact, all of these first 8 offenses involve the crime of aggravated murder, separate victims, in violation of 2903.01A of the revised code. So on count 2, the victim being Chris Roden, the court will sentence you to serve a mandatory term of life imprisonment without parole. On count 3 of the indictment, the victim of the offense of aggravated murder being Gary Roden, the court will also sentence you to serve a mandatory term of life imprisonment without parole. On count 4 of the indictment, for the aggravated murder of Clarence Franklin Roden, the court will sentence you to serve a mandatory term of life imprisonment without parole. On count 5 of the indictment, the victim of the offense being Hannah Hazel Gilly, the crime being aggravated murder, the court will sentence you to serve a mandatory term of life imprisonment without parole. On count 6 of the indictment, for the aggravated murder of Dana Roden, the court will sentence you to serve a mandatory term of life imprisonment without parole. On count 7 of the indictment, for the aggravated murder of Hannah Mae Roden, the court will sentence you to serve a mandatory term of life imprisonment without parole. And on count 8 of the indictment, the victim of the offense being Christopher Roden Jr., for the offense of aggravated murder, the court will sentence you to serve a mandatory term of life imprisonment without parole. On count 9 of the indictment, the offense there that you were found guilty of was conspiracy, a first-degree felony in violation of section 2923.01A1 and A2 and 2923.01J1. The court will sentence you to serve a definite term of 8 years in prison. On count 10, for the offense of aggravated burglary, and this was at 1084 Left Fork Road, in violation of section 2911.11A1 and 2911.11A2 and 2911.11B, a felony of the first degree, the court will sentence you to serve a prison term of 8 years. On count 11, the charge is aggravated burglary involving the premises at 4119 Union Hill Road. Again, the section numbers are 2911.11A1 and A2 and 2911.1B. A felony of the first degree, the court will sentence you to serve a definite prison term of 8 years. On count 12, for the offense of aggravated burglary, the section numbers are the same. This involves the premises at 4077 Union Hill Road, a felony of the first degree. The court will sentence you to serve a prison term of 8 years. On count 13, for aggravated burglary at 3122 Union Hill Road, the section numbers, of course, are the same. Felony of the first degree, the court will sentence you to serve a definite prison term of 8 years. On count 14, unlawful possession of dangerous ordnance, 2923.17A1 of the revised code, a 5th degree felony, the court will sentence you to serve a prison term of 10 months. Count 15, tampering with evidence. This involves phones and cameras. 2921.12A1, and 2921.12B, a felony of the third degree, the court will sentence you to serve a prison term of 24 months. Upon count 16, tampering with evidence involving custody documents, the court will sentence you to serve a prison term of 24 months, and section numbers there are 2921.12A2 and 2921.12B. Again, it's a felony of third degree. On count 17, for the offense of tampering with evidence involving security, home security system, shell casings, and silencer, 2921.12A1 and 2921.12B of the revised code of felony of the third degree, the court will sentence you to serve a definite term of 24 months. On count 18, for the offense of forgery, 2913.31A1 and A2, and 2913.31C1B, that's a felony of the fifth degree, the court will sentence you to serve a prison term of 10 months. On count 19, unauthorized use of property, 2913.04B and 2913.04G2, I believe it is. That's a felony of the fifth degree. The court will sentence you to serve a prison term of 10 months. On count 20, interception of wire, oral, or electronic communications, 2933.52A1 and 2933.52C, a felony of the fourth degree. The court will sentence you to serve a prison term of 12 months. On count 21, obstructing justice, 2921.32A4 and A5 and 2921.32C3, a felony of the fifth degree. The court will sentence you to serve a prison term of 10 months. And upon count 22, engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity, 2923.32A1 and 2923.32B1, that's a felony of the first degree. The court will sentence you to serve a prison term of 8 years, and that's a mandatory term pursuant to 2913F. Concerning the firearm specifications, in considering those specifications, all of which the jury found you guilty, the court, the section 2929.14B1B provides that such mandatory prison terms shall not be reduced pursuant to section 2967.19, that's petition for early release. Section 2929.20, that's judicial release. Section 2967.193, that's earned days credit, or any other provision of Chapter 2967 or Chapter 5120 of the revised code. And the statute further provides, or the law further provides by Condition 3 decision, that you not receive jail time credit for the prison sentences imposed for the firearm specifications. And finally, prison terms imposed for firearm specifications are to run consecutively to and are to be served consecutively to each other and consecutively to and prior to prison terms imposed for the underlying offenses. The court is aware that 2929.14B1B provides that except as provided in B1G of the section, the court shall not impose more than one prison term on any offender under B1A for felonies committed as part of the same act or transaction. Now, there's an exception stated in 2929.14B1G. That exception is that if the offender is convicted of or pleads guilty to two or more felonies, if one or more of those felonies are aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, aggravated robbery, felonious assault, or rape, and if the offender is convicted or pleads guilty to a firearm specification in connection with 2 or more of the felonies, the sentencing court shall impose on the offender the prison term specified for the 2 most serious specifications of which the offender is convicted or to which the offender pleads guilty, and in its discretion may also impose on the offender the prison term specified for any or all of the remaining firearm specifications. Now, based upon the way in which the House
Mr. Gill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you tell the jury your name, please?
I'm Donna Dean.
Donna, are you Aaron's mother?
Yes, I am.
And would you tell the jury what your immediate family consists of, please?
My husband and I have been married for 46 years, and we have 6 children. The oldest is a daughter, and then 4 sons and a younger daughter. 2 sons are married, and we have 4 grandchildren.
Would you tell us the names of your children starting from oldest to youngest?
Ashley, Aaron, Andrew, Austin, Adam, Alyssa.
And are several of the kids here today?
Yes, they are.
And could you tell us your husband's name?
Larry.
Is he here today also?
He is, yes.
And have you all been present here for most of the trial?
Yes, we have been here for all of it.
So all the kids' names begin with A?
Yes, sir.
That probably didn't happen by accident, did it?
No, the first two were kind of like, we like those names, and after that, we just said, hey, this is the pattern, we'll just keep it up.
Have they ever been referred to as the A team?
6 A's usually, that's what they're referred to.
So where was Aaron in the chronology of children?
He's the second born.
So he has an older sister, Ashley, and then it was Aaron. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So how old is Aaron today?
Aaron is 38.
And was Aaron and the rest of your kids, were they all raised here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area?
Yes, yes.
Primarily where?
In Arlington.
Was Aaron born in Arlington?
Yes.
Pretty much lived in Arlington his entire life?
Yes.
Where did the kids go to school?
We homeschooled our children all the way through high school.
So you were the school mom for 6 kids?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you a stay-at-home mom then?
Yes. I was formerly a nurse, but I was stayed home with my children once they were born.
Was that about the time the kids started getting to school age, you decided to stay home?
Yeah, a little bit earlier, but yeah.
Okay. So what kind of work did Larry do?
For a number of years, he was self-employed with a computer business. His primary clients are small businesses. He's their IT person. He's done some other things after the economy crashed in 08 and 09. It took down several of our clients. And he did some private security work, and he still maintains some clients that he's had for years.
So he's mostly retired, but still has a few good clients he takes care of?
Mm-hmm.
So what did the homeschooling consist of?
With homeschooling here in Texas, the parents are responsible for everything from curriculum selection, planning, how to implement the curriculum, daily scheduling, evaluating students, and bringing them to completion, or if somebody wants to enter their children into a classroom.
So at some point, Aaron earned a high school degree?
He did.
And after high school, what did he decide to do?
He entered University of Texas at Arlington as an honors student in the engineering program.
And did he eventually earn a degree?
He did. He has a bachelor's degree in physics, and it's a minor in engineering.
And then he went to work at the engineering field?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
He actually worked in engineering some while he was a student.
At some point, he decided to change careers.
He did.
And decided to become a police officer.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why he did that?
He told us he wanted to do it because he wanted to make a difference in people's lives and to help people.
So how did the kids treat each other growing up?
Really, they all got along pretty well. There's some normal sibling rivalry. But there was a lot of love and compassion. And Aaron liked to dote on the younger sister, who's 10 years younger. When she was about 2 or so, he liked to put her down for her afternoon nap, and he'd go, see, if I put her down, I'd let her pick 1 or 2 of her stuffed animals or something, but Aaron would let her pick a whole selection of them and bring them to bed.
So what's that younger sister's name?
Alyssa.
And she's here with us?
Yes, she is.
Right? So, what kind of guy is Aaron?
He's smart. He's a hard worker. He definitely wants to help people, and he's very faithful in carrying out his responsibilities. He's very industrious, often, and has a lot of ingenuity.
Does he have the ability to follow rules?
Yes, sir. He was a good rule follower.
Has he been doing that his entire life?
Yes, I mean, it's, children have to be corrected, but Aaron didn't break rules or anything as a young person or a teenager.
How does he deal with other people? How is he around other folks?
He enjoys talking to people. He has a lot of wide-ranging interests. So oftentimes he has conversations with people from all walks of life. He's heard testimony about he's a musician, he loves history, he's well-read on a variety of topics, including many literature topics, classic literature. So he can converse on many topics and enjoys that, with talking with people and doing projects with people, helping.
How does he help other people?
Over the years, when he was younger, when he was high school or college, I think it was maybe in college, he was, several times he would house sit for some friends when they were gone, different friends, varying friends. And he had some interesting experiences. He grew up, we had a cat, and some of these friends had cats and dogs and fish and chickens, and he did yard work typically. One friend was a widow lady and needed a lot of help around her place. She had a place with not acreage, but a very large yard, and he needed some work, and Aaron would often go over and help do the yard work or make repairs.
When he was growing up, did he have have hobbies?
Yes. He loved to build with any kind of the construction toys that kids play with, Legos. We did a lot of Legos and Connects. A lot of kids like to build their Lego model, as it pictures, and then they set it on a shelf. And that's great. They've got a great display. Aaron's idea was you'd build it, and he looks at it and say, I wonder what happens if, And then he always loved, airplanes, aircraft. And one day, as he was getting into probably, I guess about the 9th grade when he did geometry, 8th or 9th grade, and couldn't figure out where he was. And I looked, and he was in the garage, and he had this big, a lot of paper out there. And he was out there measuring and everything. And he said, I just figured out how to make the angles on the airplane, on the wings, correct. And now I know how to make these wings right. So, yeah.
Did he enjoy woodworking?
Yes, he did. He's doing that. The first thing I remember he did was, he was probably about 12. I'm not really certain. It's just very simple. He took 2 almost like sticks of wood, but kind of cut on some and notched them, and then put them together to form a cross. And on it he wrote, Jesus loves you. And he gave it to me, and I still have it on my dresser at home.
Did you tell me about a couple of things he did for other folks while he was in high school and college?
Yes. When he was in college especially, because he lived at home, but he was obviously on the campus most of the time, most of the days. And a lot of times he would eat at fast food places or whatever, and on several occasions he encountered people who were in need or were homeless, and he would help them. The first incident that I remember, I think it was in his freshman year of college, and they start school in August, where it's very hot here. And he was at a fast food place up in by UTA.
Object, Your Honor. Can I take this witness on board, Honor?
Yes.
Ma'am, how do you know about what happened at UTA? Did the defendant tell you?
He told me.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Sustained. Were there occasions where you observed him helping other folks?
Certainly there were. Besides the friends that I told you about, there was one homeless man in particular that he helped, and I know he helped him because he gave the man our home phone number. Back then, people didn't use their cell phones except for emergencies. And one day I got a phone call, and it was from the city jail, and wanted to know if I would take a call from, I don't remember what his name was now. It's been 20 years ago. But it was the same person that Aaron had encountered. And this man was going to be released, and he needed some help. He didn't know where to go, and anyway, various things happened. We had contact with him off and on, and ended up suggesting that Aaron put him in contact with the Union Gospel Mission here in Fort Worth for some ongoing help.
But is that typical of the kind of things that...
Yes. And one time, too, another time I was present, our church had a game night on a Friday evening, and we had food and everything, and we cleaned up, and a car pulls up with a man and woman and I think 2 children, I don't remember, and they said that they were needing food and money, and Aaron immediately began getting the food that we had just packed up, getting food out to help them and that kind of thing. So.
If the jury were to see fit to give Aaron a probated sentence, would Aaron be able to follow the rules that Judge Gallagher gives him, no matter what they are?
Absolutely. He's had to follow bond rules for the last 3 years, which I think there's a fair amount of similarity. I noticed that one of the conditions is they have to have employment. And when Aaron, well, obviously he lost his job for the police department, and he needed to try to find work. And he's began working for a friend who had a business cleaning dinner hoods on restaurants, but this was just before COVID. When COVID hit, all the restaurants closed down, so he had a job. And throughout that time with COVID, there was some dead time in there when nobody could work because businesses were all closed. But then he would begin to apply, see a lot of agencies, I'll call them, I don't know, people who help placement services. And I think the way some of those work is they'll do a basic background and then they place somebody and then they'll do a more thorough background check. So Aaron was placed into, I have no idea how many jobs. It was a whole variety of different things. And then when the full background check would come and they realized he was under indictment, they would say, we can't keep you working here. And I know at least one of them, the supervisor, particularly said, I'm going to really try to, I really want you to work here. You're a great worker and we really need you. But his company wouldn't let him stay on. So I'm confident that he would find work to do that and follow the rules.
Well, he's managed to keep busy, hasn't he?
He has. He's in the process of, he's got some Suburban that's got some engine work that needs to be done, and he's got some projects going on at my house and a couple of other family members' houses with some repairs and upgrades and so on, in addition to the work he's been doing.
We pass it.
Cross the governor.
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
is there a much worse pain for a mother to feel than to outlive one of her children?
I don't know, because I don't outlive one of my children.
But can you imagine?
Obviously, what happened in this situation was a very tragic thing.
I know, ma'am. But isn't that one of the greatest pains that a mother can feel, is to outlive one of her children?
Certainly.
And how many brothers and sisters does the defendant have?
Yes, 2 sisters and 3 brothers.
2 sisters and 3 brothers. And ever since October 2019, those 2 sisters and those 3 brothers have been able to hug the defendant whenever they wanted. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And you've been able to hug the defendant whenever you wanted. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And his father's been able to hug the defendant whenever he wanted. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And you know, you've been sitting here for 2 weeks, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that there's a lot of people here who, after October 12, 2019, had a very important person in their life that they'll never be able to talk to again. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
We'll pass the witness.
Correct.
Ms. Dean, you were here yesterday in the courthouse, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were here when the jury reached its verdict?
Yes, sir.
And then we recessed for the evening?
Mm-hmm.
And then did you walk from the courthouse to a car that was parked somewhere downtown?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to this line of questioning. May we approach?
No, I'm going to let it go.
Yes, my husband went to pick up the car and picked me up.
Okay. Did he pick you up down here next to the courthouse?
Yes.
Were there other members of the family present?
Yes.
And was there an incident that occurred out by the street?
There were a lot of people yelling.
Yelling at who?
Yelling at my family.
What kind of things were they yelling at?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Sustained.
Were the things they were yelling at you true?
No.
Were they accusations?
Yes.
What were they?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, again to hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, we're not offering it because it's true, we're offering it because it was said.
Then I would object to relevance.
I understand. The objection is sustained.
Was it a tense situation?
Yes.
Were those people being kind to you?
No.
Did you feel safe?
Only because there were a lot of sheriff's deputies around.
Was it a very bad situation?
Yes.
Are you concerned about it going forward?
Yes.
We pass the witness.
Mr. Smith.
You've seen Atatiana Jefferson's siblings in this courtroom, haven't you?
Yes.
It wasn't Atatiana's siblings, these people outside yelling at you, was it?
I don't really know who it was.
Are you saying it was them?
There were a lot of people out there hollering. I have no idea who those people were.
So you think it could have been them yelling at you?
And Judge,
I don't know.
For the record, we're not saying it was.
We understand.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Gill.
Nothing further, Judge.
Then Ms. Dean be excused subject to potential recall.
She may.
No objection to stay.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Brissett.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Mata has graced us with his presence. We ask that he be sworn in and put under the rule.
Is there a Mr. Mata in the courtroom? You stand right there at the rail for me, please, and raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I don't know what this is about.
Hey, Judge, may we approach?
I don't understand what's going on.
I'm swearing you in as a witness. So,
Under what authority, sir?
all right, jury, go to the jury room. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Mata?
Yes.
Is your name Manuel Mata?
Yes, sir.
Your date of birth is 7/8 of 1980?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have issued you an oath to testify truthfully. Are you going to take that oath?
I have a question, sir.
No? Are you going to take that oath?
No.
All right. You are on bond on some cases, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Those bonds are being declared insufficient, Sheriff.
For what, sir? What's going on? What did I do? I need my lawyer present, sir.
We will get you a lawyer.
You questioned me without a lawyer present. And I don't know what y'all doing. I don't know what's going on. For what? For what? I asked him a question. I don't have no knowledge of this case. And I just wanted to know who's asking for me to be sworn in. The DA, the defense, the judge, who's asking it? Those are questions I need answers if you're going to revoke me. You ain't got to be aggressive when you do.
30 years old.
Do you have a family?
Yes, sir, I do.
What does your family consist of?
I have a wife, and I have 2 born children and 1 more on the way.
What kind of work do you do?
Currently, I am employed as a recruiter or a headhunter. I got into that recently, and I'm excited about it.
Okay, so what does a recruiter or headhunter do?
Basically, we are interested primarily in getting 2 parties to speak to each other. We go out and we find individuals we consider candidates, people with a marketable skill set, and we go and look for companies that would be interested in that background and skill set, and we are primarily interested in getting them to sit down and talk and see if it's a good match for both parties.
Do you like that line of work?
Yes, sir. I'm enjoying it very much.
Are you related to Aaron over here to my right?
Yes, sir, I am. He is my older brother.
Okay. Approximately how many years apart are the 2 of you?
There's about 8 between us.
Okay. So you grew up in the same house?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Despite the 8-year age difference, were you pretty close?
Yes, sir, we were very close. Obviously, when I was younger, I don't remember some of the things. I do remember that he would help us with a variety of projects. I actually remember, as odd as it sounds, taking a bath with him at one point somewhere in my very early childhood.
What kind of projects would he help you with?
Well, as you've heard already, he was quite the engineer, quite the mechanic, and he constructed a number of Lego and Connects and other kinds of objects, and he enjoyed doing that, enjoyed being with his family doing that, and he would help me with, and my siblings with those kinds of things as well.
Was he a fun brother to grow up with?
He was. We had a number of adventures together, a number of enjoyable activities, as well as the occasional headbutting.
As the 2 of you have grown older, what kind of man has Aaron grown into?
Well, Aaron has become a very mature man of integrity, a man who is interested in helping others, in caring for others, serving others. I would say a man who cares about honor and wanting to do the right thing.
How would you describe his personality?
He is very analytical, should come as no surprise to you. He has both a serious and a light, fun side. We make fun of him a little bit for being a little too self-serious occasionally, but he has plenty of humor. He can speak to people. He's very interested in a number of different areas. We've already heard some of those kinds of things. He enjoys learning about those things. He is self-taught in many of the areas you have heard described.
You described that you have a couple of kids, a couple of born kids.
Yes, sir. 3-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old son.
Do they know Aaron?
Yes, they do, very well. Recently, I got into weightlifting, and again, as the engineer, I knew that Aaron was the one who I would call to help me build a weight rack in my bedroom. And during his time there, he began to interact with, especially at that time, my son had not been born yet, and he interacted with my daughter, and she is very particular about who she likes, who she lets hold her or talk to her. And just after a couple of weeks of being there and engaging in that, she began to ask when Uncle Aaron would come next, when the next time she could see him was.
Are you familiar with his work with the children's choir?
Yes, sir, I am.
Describe that visually, please.
So, as you have heard, of course, he grew up in that program, in the high school program. You heard, of course, earlier from Mrs. Armstrong, and he led the children's choir that they did occasionally when Mr. Armstrong needed him to. He was very good at providing direction for those kinds of things, helping the younger ones learn and grow and be able to engage in the activities they needed to.
How does Aaron approach tasks when he has something he has to get done?
Well, I would say he is very interested in figuring out what he's got in front of him. He wants to make a plan. He wants to understand the nature of the thing. He will often set about making drawings or spending a good amount of time planning, calculating, trying to figure out the best way to go about that. And then he throws himself wholeheartedly into it. If he needs to learn something, if he doesn't know, he will go and find someone or find a source that he can learn from to understand what it is that he needs to do and continue forward with it.
You've known him throughout his adulthood. Has he ever been convicted of any type of criminal offense?
No, sir.
Is he a hard-working guy?
Very much so.
Is he a creative guy?
Very much so, yes, sir. There are numerous occasions. In fact, this weightlifting rack that I've spoken of, we put our heads together to determine how we wanted to go about that, and we actually bought one off of Amazon and deconstructed it, modified it for its use in my bedroom with a less amount of space than you would traditionally use. Aaron was the one who took care of all of that, figured it all out.
If he were to be placed on probation, do you have an opinion as to whether or not he'd be able to follow any rules that Judge Gallagher would set out for him?
Absolutely. I have no doubt that there would be no difficulty whatsoever in following those. He has followed faithfully the bond rules that have been set for him. Throughout my time knowing him in interactions with other organizations, hierarchies where there were rules, Aaron is not the one who goes and skirts around the rules or figures out how he can get what he wants to do, thinking that he's above them or going to go do his own thing regardless.
We'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
No question, Your Honor.
May Mr. Dean be excused subject to any potential recall?
You may.
No objection from the state.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gill.
Tell us your name, please.
Alyssa Dean.
And are you Aaron's younger sister?
I am.
Did you hear your mom testify a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Are you the younger sister that Aaron spoiled?
I am.
How are you occupied or employed?
I am a police officer.
Are you a police officer for one of the departments here in the Metroplex?
Yes, I work here in DFW.
And like the rest of the family, were you raised here in the Arlington area?
I was.
And homeschooled?
Yes.
How much younger than Aaron are you?
10 years.
But despite that, did you have a close relationship growing up?
Yes, so my mom's already told you the story about him being willing to get me whatever stuffed animal I wanted when I napped, which she said I was 2, but that continued further into my childhood than that. I remember, because I can remember it, I remember being upset that I had to go take a nap while the rest of my siblings got to play, and so to console me, Aaron would bring me, again, whatever stuffed animal, however many I wanted for my nap time. I also remember in the summer we would go see my grandparents who lived in Reno every year, and they had property and they had horses, and Aaron would take me horseback riding every year when we were out there.
So you had pretty good memories growing up?
Yes.
How long have you been a police officer?
7 years.
So were you actually a police officer before Aaron?
Yes.
Became a police officer?
Yes.
What kind of guy is Aaron?
Hardworking, humble, caring. You've heard already from my family that he has a lot of projects, and he does. He likes to have a lot of different interests and likes to do a lot of things. He's actually been in the process of helping me remodel my bathroom at my house, which is something he took on himself to do, and has ripped it down to studs, and we're in the process of rebuilding it.
You said and gave us an example of how he's hard working. You said he was humble also. Describe that to us.
I remember conversations when Aaron was going through the academy. Of course, I had already been through my academy by that time. I was an officer. And awareness that he was tackling a new field. It was very different from what he had done before, and that he did not know everything, and he knew he didn't know everything, and he was eager to learn every day. He was eager to get in there and learn what it was about.
Does Aaron have an ability to follow rules?
Yes.
Does he follow society's rules?
Absolutely.
As a component of the criminal justice system, do you feel like you'd be able to follow rules that Judge Gallagher gives to him?
Absolutely. My family's already referred that he's, of course, followed his bond conditions for the last 3 years. But he would have no desire not to. I mean, he lives his life according to those rules anyway. That wouldn't be an issue for him.
You understand that while you may continue to be a police officer, that Aaron is done being a police officer?
I do.
Who passed the witness?
Cross-examination.
You've had your brother, and you just talked about it, the last 3 years or so he's been helping you around the house. You've been able to see him, right?
Yes.
And you've been able to talk to him?
Yes.
Hug him?
Yes.
In fact, you just touched him on the shoulder when you walked in.
I
You
did.
can still touch him with your hands.
I can.
And you know that's not something that this family over here to my left, the second row right here, do you know Darius Carr? You don't know him, right?
But I saw him speak earlier.
Sure, but you don't know him.
I do not know.
And you don't know Ashley.
I do not.
And you don't know Amber, who's in the hospital.
No.
And you know, though, that they don't get that same opportunity.
I do know.
And they will never get to do that. You know that?
I do know it.
And as far as what we talked a little bit earlier about this with another family member, you also grew up in a very religious family, correct?
Yes.
And honor and follow the teachings of the Bible, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the numerous Bible verses that deal with an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You're familiar with those, correct?
Yes.
Old Testament, New Testament, both?
Yes.
All right. When you described earlier about your brother being humble and caring, you love him, correct?
Yes.
Y'all seem like you are very, very close.
We are very close.
And both of you guys were the only 2 of the 6 siblings that went into law enforcement yourself. Did he do that because of you?
Actually, Most of my siblings have had an interest in law enforcement at one time or another. We're just the only two who ended up pursuing it.
And so, did he go into it because of you?
No.
Okay. And so both you guys were police officers at one point?
Yes.
You heard him testify this week, right?
Yes.
And you heard him grade himself as far as his performance out there, right?
I did.
And he gave himself a B?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, it's just because she has to
Okay.
take it down.
So yes.
And the grade that he gave, the B grade, do you feel like that's a humble grade to give when a life is lost?
I think it is very hard to give a grade when you're not given a rubric to grade by.
Sure.
Given a rubric to grade by? Rubric? Are you?
And so, do you agree with the grade of B then?
Like I said, I.
If you'll let me finish my question.
I'm sorry.
It's just because we can't interrupt each other, and I've got to finish before you answer, and vice versa. So, do you agree that with your brother then for the grade of B with his performance out there at the scene?
Like I said, without being given some kind of grading tool to use, I can't agree with that. I mean, all tests have to be given some kind of criteria to grade them by, correct?
Sure. And so when Dale gave the A to F, he gave the grade B, and you don't disagree with that grade?
Again, without defining what an A and a B and a C would be. I mean, any test you take, someone has to grade that test based on some example, right? You can't just make up a grade. So without being given that grading scale, I can't agree or disagree.
Okay, so in your mind, there's nothing that he should have done any better up there? Yes or no? Yes.
In my mind, no.
There's nothing he could have done any better out there?
No.
I'm going to pass the wish on.
Mr. Gill?
Alyssa, you know as a police officer that every time you show up for shift, there's a possibility that something bad is going to happen that evening, right?
I do.
You know that officers get killed and injured all the time in the United States of America, isn't that right?
Yes, there were 2 officers killed just this week in Bay St. Louis.
What kind of call were they on?
I believe it was...
I reject. This is now outside the scope. It's not relevant.
It's just a...
It's something that, well, I assume your academy, you went to a different academy than Aaron went to?
I did.
Did they train use of force in your academy?
Yes, very extensively.
Were you trained if you faced a deadly threat? Did you answer that deadly threat with deadly force?
Yes.
Would you be surprised if any other police department across the United States trained any differently?
I would be shocked if anyone trained any differently.
And that's what officers have to deal with every day, is that right?
Yes. Split-second decisions.
We pass a witness.
Ms. Dean?
Do you disagree with the jury's verdict? Yes or no? You either agree with it or you don't.
You asked if I disagree?
Yeah. Do you disagree with their verdict?
Yes.
You do?
As
don't
his
you?
sister, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Gill?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May Ms. Dean be excused subject to any potential recall?
No objection by the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Gill?
Mr. Dean rests.
State have any rebuttal?
We do.
Who do you have?
Ashley Carr. Ashley Carr that testified during the guilt innocence phase, is that right?
Correct.
Now here to testify in the punishment phase, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to talk to you just a little bit about the relationship of this young man and Atatiana that we see in the States of Illinois, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Tell me, I know now, and maybe you've always been, are you kind of like a second mom to Zion?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
My sister Amber was the first one of us to...
I'm sorry, but we're going to have to object. This is outside the scope of this hearing.
Response?
And I believe this is a punishment phase, and so I'm about to ask her questions regarding the impact that it's had on, now that Atatiana is no longer here, her relationship with him.
Let's get to that then. Okay.
Okay, so I think you were answering a question about Amber had the first.
So my sister Amber, out of all four of us, is the first one to have children. So Zion was our first nephew. Yes, she did birth him, but he was our baby. I was the aunt that bought things. Tay was the aunt that played with the things that I bought.
Okay. And so was Atatiana, was she like a second mom to him?
Yes, as well. So he really had three moms.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you said she's the one that would actually play with them. Would she also make sure that he followed certain chores and responsibilities, things like that, especially when she was living there with him?
Yes, she believed that, structure is needed for children so that they can feel safe and know that, what's coming next. She had made him a schedule of what you're supposed to do in the morning and had it on the refrigerator.
Now that...
Yes.
Zion specifically, now that she is not in his life anymore and hasn't been over the last 3 years, has he had to go to counseling?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
Zion feels that this is his fault.
Why does he feel like it's his fault?
That he burnt the burgers that night. And if he didn't have burnt the burgers, the doors wouldn't have been open and the cops wouldn't have came. So it all goes back to him in an 8-year-old mind. And it's, when everyone is hurting around him, it was hard to console him. So we found help outside of us.
Was it difficult last week for him to testify?
Extremely.
After he testified, did he have some emotional reaction to this whole process?
Yes.
What?
So much so that he did not go to school for the next couple days after that, so that we can make sure that he felt comfortable. He was having panic attacks, just outbursts. An 11-year-old can't express why you're frustrated and why you're mad.
Judge, that was it. That's the only remaining questions that I had to ask her.
Any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Do you have objections?
No.
Well, actually, let me be clear. The only other questions I did intend to ask her is if she or her brother were a part of yelling at any of his family member yesterday afternoon. Outside of that, I did not have any additional subject matter to cover.
Let me say this in front of everybody. The way both of these families have behaved in this courtroom, I have no doubt that the Carr family was not involved in any of that. And I have appreciated their demeanor just as I've appreciated the demeanor of the Dean family. I thank both families throughout this trial. So that's not necessary, in my opinion, Ms. Diener. Mr. Gill.
However, Judge, if the state wants to ask those questions, we are not going to object to that because we do not believe that they were any part of that either. I think
The person we just took in,
went through the holdover door a few minutes ago.
that's my understanding also, is the person who was involved. All right.
But we do have an objection to the way that the this victim impact evidence has taken a turn away from the impact of the death of Atatiana Jefferson to impact of court proceedings. I don't believe that there's any relevance to how someone feels after court proceedings. I don't believe it's valid victim impact testimony.
I've got a couple of concerns based upon her testimony thus far when she stated that Zion said it's his fault because he burned the hamburger. We're getting into hearsay. That's my first thing.
That was going to be my next one.
I was just going to ask, may I be permitted to ask him if he's sad?
That's an objection calling for hearsay.
His demeanor?
Oh, his demeanor, you can ask him that, yeah. But you can't go into statements that other people have said outside of court. So that's where I'm coming from. Any other objections?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to allow you to ask her generally about Zion. Has he had problems as a result of this? Has he sought counseling? Did that counseling have to either increase or intensify as a result of the trial? I want to keep it real general. Okay? Mr. Smith.
What about missing school?
I'll let you ask that.
Missing school because of the incident and the trial?
Correct. You may have an objection if you choose running objection to that. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you understand where we're coming from?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Both sides ready for the jury?
State's ready.
Yes.
All right.
they receive their life sentence without her. They'll never get her back. As we approach the Christmas holiday and the end of this year, we think about those that we love. We grieve for those that we've lost. And for them, that sadness, the grief, there's multiple stages when you go through the loss of someone close to you. For those of us that have gone through that, we know what that's like. A few years can pass, and yet it feels like just yesterday that they were here. You heard Adarius testify. You heard Ashley testify. For Ashley, for Amber, for Adarius, for Zion, their whole lifetime will be without her. There's a part of grief that we all suffer when we get to a certain point. When we think about that person, there's a realization for us all. It's the finality of it. Right? In your heart, you miss them, you love them, and then you really realize they're never coming back. And that's the hardest part. And that's worth something. And in this case, it is worth something. Her life is worth so much more than a probation sentence. So much more. This family, her memory, her legacy, this community deserves more. In punishment, we brought you multiple witnesses, and those were witnesses we were not able to bring you in the guilt innocence portion. You heard from Dr. Kyle Clayton, the forensic psychologist, and this is an expert that both sides call. He testifies and works for the defense, he testifies and works for the state. Whoever calls him, he does good work, and he testifies to whatever he finds. He was hired by the Fort Worth Police Department, as he's been with many other agencies, to do a pre-employment psychological evaluation. Narcissistic, grandiosity, has grandiose tendencies, domineering, over-controlling, forceful, dominant personality traits, uncritical of himself, denies flaws, minimizes behavior, little tolerance for disagreement, can be aggressive, has an unrealistic view of himself, someone that thinks that he can fly all of us in a commercial airline despite never having an hour of training. Someone that when you're asked to rank yourself, 9 out of 10. Not suitable for a position as a police officer. Psychologically speaking, he is not suitable because these tendencies that are well formed, ingrained, a thread throughout his entire personality, these are unchanged traits that put himself and others at risk. It is like a roadmap back in 2017 to how we ended up here and how we lost Atatiana back in October of 2019. These things don't change. And how do you know that even in the 3 years between the time that that was done and today? Because last week, the defendant testified, I think it did a pretty good job out there. You shot a woman in her own home. You disregarded every single standard operating procedural, general order, and just pure, reasonable human instinct. and a 28-year-old woman died, and you give yourself a fine job. You give yourself a B. This is not somebody that thinks he has done anything wrong. When the defense counsel gets up here, they're going to talk about the witnesses that they called. And those witnesses are not witnesses that you could hear from until now, till punishment. You heard from us, Dr. Clayton. You heard from us, Adarius Carr. You heard from us, Liz Turner. And why is Liz Turner important? Because we wanted to show you everything that we knew about him. And it's important to know, going all the way back to college, that's the way that he treats people. He's entitled, he's arrogant, he's aggressive. And that was 20 years ago, and she was talking to you from a place going right back there. She remembers that. She got emotional. It was hard for her. Because that's who he is.
Give you 7 minutes, Ms. Duke.
Thank you. So when he gets up here, when the defense counsel gets up here and talks to you about why you should give him probation, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to get up here in a minute and they're going to ask you for a very low sentence or probation. They're going to ask you for mercy. Mercy's been shown already for this defendant when your verdict was returned for manslaughter. Mercy is earned. It is not just given. And I want you to listen to why they're asking you for a low sentence or probation. Because his family got up here and said he was a good guy? Every case that I prosecute, there's a family member that gets up there and says they're a good guy. It's part of the deal. But I think it's important to think about the witnesses that we didn't hear from. Just as much as the ones that we did, right? Family members. We heard from one field training officer, just one single Fort Worth officer that said, I knew him for about 3 or 4 weeks, didn't have very good personal skills, we kept up, I don't know anything about this case. But don't you know that if the Fort Worth Police Department and all those guys and girls that work for him, 18 months side by side with him, almost 2 years, don't you know if they had something good to say, they would have been in here? There would have been a line out the door. And don't you know that those 3 psychologists that gave him a passing score, if they had something good to say, if they disagreed with Kyle Clayton, don't you know they'd been in here saying that? They would. I guarantee you they would. But instead, we have a family, which they're good people. This is not their fault. This is not their fault. But valuing them or him over her is a tragedy. It is not right. It is not just. In this case, the only appropriate verdict is the maximum sentence. It's the only thing that's appropriate. And when the judge talked to you about the court's charge, I want y'all to think about, and y'all don't have copies with you, but you'll be able to go back and read this. When you go to this certain page, I want to ask you, do you feel comfortable with the fact that the judge gets to set the terms of probation? He gets to get off. If he wants to get off early, judge sets the terms. You heard from the probation officer talk about probation and how it is. It is no different than what all of us do every day. That is not enough. That's not even a slap on the wrist. You heard that this defendant has been out on bond for the last 3 years with his family, laughing, doing projects with them, something that they don't get to ever do. They don't get to ever do that. Doing probation values that over them, and that is not okay. The other thing that's talked about in the court's charge is a fine. I can always get questions about the fine. If you want to put an exclamation point on your verdict, then you put a fine. It doesn't go directly to the family. It goes to a fund. So you put a fine as an exclamation point. When you think about this case, you all leave here today. They go home without her. Zion never gets to have Aunt Tay again. It doesn't matter if it's a year from now, 5 years from now, people are going to ask Zion, what happened to Aunt Tay? What happened? What did the jury do? And thankfully now with your verdict, he gets to say that they found him guilty. They're also going to ask another extremely important question. What did they do? What do you want Zion's answer to be? The only just verdict is 20 years. Anything less is a travesty of justice.
Good morning. Having an entire weekend to think about what remarks I was going to make here this morning is a long time. So I guarantee you I went over this matter in my mind 100 times or more about what I was going to say this morning. I've been up here for 30 seconds now, and I already know it's going to come out in a different way. Your verdict at the first phase of the trial is important to note. It's important to note what was said by the state of Texas, because if you take the emotion out of their remarks, there's really very little left. They want you to base your verdict on emotion. You know, the family's not going to get to see Atatiana anymore. We know that. It's a tragedy. We've acknowledged that. We've talked to you about that. There is no changing that. Your verdict won't change that. It can't change that. You were talked to at the jury selection phase of this trial about whether or not you could give fair consideration to the idea of probation, to assessing a probation for someone that's been convicted of the offense of manslaughter. And each and every one of you said you could give fair consideration to that concept. And that presupposes that someone's life has been taken. And it presupposes that that person isn't going to be with us anymore, that their family's going to miss them. It presupposes there's been a tragedy overlaid over the facts of the case, which is exactly what we have here. A tragedy that'll never be changed. And the prosecutors were very defensive about the fact that we were going to ask you for probation in this case. That's because they know that that's really what this case is worth. But they want you to do something else. So, look at your verdict at the first phase of the trial. You found that Aaron did not act intentionally. You found that he did not act knowingly. You found that he did not intend for there to be a death resulting from his actions. Your verdict said you felt he acted recklessly, which is a much lower culpable state of mind than intentional or knowing. You know from the facts of the case that this case was not premeditated. There was no malice involved. There was no forethought involved. Remember the state stressing to you during closing arguments how fast this matter happened? That is a very important fact for you to consider in your deliberations at this phase of the trial. How quickly that decision had to be made. Aaron Dean is literally being judged for a second of his life today. And he's being judged under man's law, not God's law. The talk about eye for an eye, I'm not sure exactly what that was meant to convey to you during questioning of our witnesses, but we're not here about God's law. We're here about man's law. And the man's law is contained in the court's charge Judge Gallagher gave you. We're not here about money damages. That's for the civil court down the street. And you heard that there's a matter pending down there regarding this. This is about what is a fair and just verdict under the facts of this case and this case alone. What is the fair thing to do here? It's not a weighing or a balancing contest between the Carr family and the Dean family. It's not who's worth more. The judge doesn't tell you that in the court's charge. It's about what is the fair and just thing to do under the facts of this case. On the questionnaire that you filled out before trial, asking you about the three goals of punishment in the criminal justice system, those three goals are the three purposes of punishment are punishment itself, rehabilitation, and deterrence. Those are the three things that you are to consider as jurors in a case. You were asked which of those is more important to you, punishment, rehabilitation, or deterrence. And the answers from the group of you vary. What is he being punished for? There was a life lost, tragically. But Aaron was working in the line of duty as a police officer, as a law enforcement officer. He didn't take it upon himself to go hunt someone down that had wronged him before, or knowingly place someone in a dangerous situation waiting for him to spring a trap on them. He was trained by the Fort Worth Police Department. He was hired by the Fort Worth Police Department. He was assigned by the Fort Worth Police Department. He was dispatched out there that night in the line of duty. And his testimony to you was that he was protecting himself and his partner. So what are we going to punish him for? Yes, there was a life taken. That's true. But look at how these things happen. Look at the chain of events that set it all up. What is he culpable for? He didn't plan this thing. He didn't set out that night. He didn't get up that morning and go down to the headquarters and get his assignment with anything like this in mind. He was trained in the Fort Worth Police Department Academy to eliminate a threat. So keep that in mind, please. Secondly, rehabilitation. What are we going to rehabilitate Aaron from? You've heard by your verdict, he'll never be a police officer again. This situation is never going to repeat itself. He'll have to move on and find some other form of employment, which he's done as best he can. He's probably the person least in need of rehabilitation that's ever sat in a defendant's chair. Because he's a God-fearing, law-abiding citizen of our county. Yeah, Dr. Clayton came in here and said he was narcissistic, and you saw all those things placed on the board. Dr. Clayton had a very isolated opinion about Aaron Dean. 3 other psychologists disagreed with him. He was hired by the Fort Worth Police Department. Dr. Clayton didn't follow Aaron around the church. He didn't follow Aaron around in the choir. He didn't follow Aaron around in engineering school on his physics degree. Dr. Clayton said he could fly a commercial airliner. At least that's how I took it. Which tells you the subjectivity of the discipline of psychology. Dr. Clayton had a very isolated opinion of Aaron Dean. Look at the opinion of the people that know him best. Of course his family's going to testify. That's who he spends most of his time around. He's a family man. He's very involved with his family. Is that wrong? The prosecutor tried to make it seem like that's wrong, to be a family man, to be around your family, to be in church with your family. It's not wrong.